Hi. We begin. That was a hell of a long wait, honestly. I know people, most people probably, hey, Duro! Oh my god, hey, we are back again. Honestly, I didn't expect to be so late, but I honestly will, guarantee you that I didn't really expect to be so late, and I didn't really want to be so late. But alas, tis the. Hey, Dunny. Oh, you're still here. Cool. God damn it. Oh my god. Hi guys. Let me start YouTube on the VTC Paha. Oh fuck no. Fuck off. Xbox. How are you guys? How art thou? Pug? Not still again. Oh yeah, okay, cool. I just saw you like previously here. Let me check. I need to check if the my what's it called? If my pog functions, because my pong must function in order for this work to work efficiently. Yeah, chat disable. Okay, stop. Let's stop and try again, maybe.
Hello there, Theo.
Yes, wonderful. Thank you for choosing this message, Mooney. It's wonderful to be welcomed like that. Basically, it's very good, very nice. Very nice. Okay, Poggers, everything is working, everything is functioning. Can you guys say if my voice is okay? Can you guys say if my voice is okay? Because I would like to hear.
Doing pretty good. Just got some Lego with some juicy discounts.
Lovely. Juicy discounts. Always happy to see some juicy discounts, honestly. Always glad to see some juicy discounts. As you can see, I added a few Nexpo videos. Your voice is fine. Cool. So which...
Your voice is fine.
Thank you. I appreciate the honesty. Mooney's pretty loud. Yeah, I did make her a little louder. So let's.
But Mooney is pretty loud.
Okay, let's equal her to me. Okay, she has been equaled to me. How does that sound better? Please say something so you can test out the Mooney quality. Cause I'd like to. I was doing some recording for my. Thank you, Danny. Let me see.
Test.
How's that? I put her on the same level as me, so it's just like we're not like too loud from each other. Sounds fine now. Okay, cool. Awesome. Possum.
Sounds
Awesome.
Fine now.
Sounds fine now. Cool. Awesome Possum. Thank you guys for joining you once again. We are going to be reacting to variety of videos. You're free to suggest any, by the way. I just have this as a baseline. All this. I just have this as a baseline, but you're free to suggest any other video you want. I added a few more horror-y themed videos, which from Nexpo, because I have been watching a video from him about the what's it called? Something pets, like the biggest ARG that happened ever, like in the history of ever. What's up, Danny?
Theo.
What's up, Danny? What is this? This has like a vibe of we need to talk. What is it? Tell me. What does thou want? Also, Pets Cop. I watched a video he did on Pets Cop, which is like 3 hours long. Well, part of it.
I saw that you'll be playing Escape the Backrooms.
Yes, I will be playing Escape the Backrooms with my good buddy bud, Neo Seiramundo. We're going to be having a bunch of chaotic times. A bunch of chaotic times. I hope we're going to enjoy ourselves, though.
Did you know it was made by a YouTuber?
I did not know it was made by a YouTuber. I did not know that, honestly. But yes, I will be watching. I will be playing this. I bought it recently. We bought it recently because we wanted to like hang out with Neos again, and it will be our third collab, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the first one was the chatting. The second one was the second one was with the We Were Here collab, and the third one will be Escape the Backrooms. That's the thing. We might continue the We Were series as well along the way somewhere. That's a plan. That's a plan, I think. But yeah, which ones would you like me to start with? Jontron, Nerd Slayer, Actman, or Just Drive Hayes, Penguin. There's Charlie.
Then I recommend I turn the Backrooms into a game in 1 week.
Ooh, nice. I will watch it then. Okay. I turn the Backroom.
It's a 10 minutes video.
It's an 8 minutes video. It's an 8 minutes video. Fancy. Okay, so he's a fancy. This is him, right? This one. It's this one, right? The second one. Ah, okay, found it. Found it. Okay.
The second one.
Okay, let me save to the playlist. Reaction video playlist. Okay, cool.
Yes, it's him.
Cool. Thank you. We are going to be doing what do you guys want me to start with then today? What do you guys want me to start with? I guess I have one Charlie video. I have 2 PGR videos left over. I have 3 Nexpo videos. I have one the video you suggested by you. One Necrid, 2 Jontron show, 1 Nerd Slayer, and 1 Actman. Act up. I'm about to act man up.
Yo, hi, Chief.
Hey, Bami. How you doing? Zeppeli, Bami. Like, it's so nice seeing all the familiar faces.
And he's fine by me.
And he's fine. Okay, let's start with. Since you guys suggested it, let's start with the I Turn Backrooms in the video game in 1 week. Honestly, might as well. Then I'm gonna be watching. I'm gonna watch I'm gonna watch a funny video from. Yeah, I was about to
Start
say.
with the Backrooms one.
Yep. I mean, since you guys suggested it, I might as well. So the first video we're gonna be reacting to is called "I Turned the Backrooms into a Game in 1 week" by a lad named Fancy. This is the first video I'm going to be interacting with. This is recommended by a viewer. So I'm going to be watching this first. This is our first dive into the reactions of the day. So let's go. Fucking hell. Why is it going here? Not like, okay. It paused my preview on the stream. Thank you.
He made multiple devlogs on his game.
Welcome to the Backrooms. 600 million square miles of nothing but the stink of old moist carpet, the madness of mono yellow, and the endless background noise of fluorescent lights. Not
Made multiple devlogs on this game. Oh, okay, interesting.
to mention all the entities ready to slap your ass back to level 0. Now the way you end up in the Backrooms is by no clipping out of reality.
No clipping out of
Trip
reality.
over your shoelace and fall through the floor.
That's I actually didn't know. I actually don't really know much about the Backrooms as like a concept. I know it's like a creepypasta thing, but I don't really know anything about like the Backrooms, the specific of the Backrooms. Where did they even come from? What's their point? What like why Backrooms? What's the thing that was there? Is it like the Infinite IKEA from? Is it like inspired by Infinite IKEA from CSP universe? Because it seems to me inspired by Infinite IKEA. It's kind of like an endless space of just monotone, one-tone things that is filled with dangerous monsters, and you can't escape it. It's just like it's kind of like this. It's definitely with.
Bro, miss so much the backroom lore.
Is it like so? So I am sort of getting it right. It was inspired by the Infinite IKEA and a lot of other looped up universes on each other, like additional universes from which you can from whence thou can't escape.
Welcome to the back room.
At least it seems to me like that.
Accidentally hit the B button in an elevator. Welcome to the back rooms.
Yeah.
Make the mistake of playing one of my shitty games. That's right, welcome to the back room. So after nearly shitting my pants watching a video made by a 16-year-old in Blender after school, I decided, hey, why don't I turn this...
A 17-year-old made backrooms found footage videos.
Ah, a 17-year-old made backroom with found footage videos. Oh, okay. So it's found footage videos that actually turned into a phenomenon. Yeah, cool. I can imagine the whoever made the backrooms actually were inspired by a lot of the CSP lore. And other creepypasta bullshit, depending on what exactly is found in there. We might watch the Backrooms video at some point, because I never watched them. I just never watched them before.
Into a game so I can scare the crap out of my friends.
No.
So let's start off by making the first Backrooms level, named Level 0 by the Backrooms community. Now the good thing about Backrooms is that the levels are incredibly simple to make.
I would recommend the game theory to get more of the lore from it.
Okay. Game theory. Okay, cool. We will check it out later somehow. I will go through a few of my videos maybe, and then I will accept another recommendation. Also, the moment we run out of videos that I have, I'm gonna be purely reacting to the recommendations. By the way, so just like, and considering the fact that we're gonna have a reaction stream every week, prepare thyself. Prepare thyself. Probably not Tuesday though. Probably not Tuesday. Next one could probably not Tuesday, because next Tuesday is gonna be Counterside. Next Tuesday is gonna be Counterside, and then so I'm gonna be placing the reaction stream on somewhere else. Maybe Friday, maybe somewhere else. We'll see. I'll announce it the week before. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing a lot of reaction streams. At least not a lot of, but like every week.
Making environments, terrible. Modeling characters, terrible. Modeling props, atrocious. But making backrooms? Call me Michelangelo, because I'm copying and pasting these cubes around like a true artist. So after setting up the room, I just added some textures and slapped on a post-processing material to look like it was filmed in the 90s with a handheld camcorder someone got for Christmas. Now the issue is that this is a tiny pre-built level, and considering the backrooms are 600 million square miles, which is 10 times the size of every single continent combined, we're gonna need to figure out something else aside from copying and pasting this level for a couple thousand hours.
Yeah, I would imagine that would take a while. That would take a while to do. That would take a while to do.
So we're gonna use something called procedural generation to create the level, which is basically just using math to create shit. So when you used to obnoxiously ask your math teacher, are we ever going to use this in real life? Well, now is that time.
Now's the time. Use the math. The math.
All those hours you wasted bored.
Almost said the math. Sorry, YouTube.
Out of your mind learning geometry and trigonometry and sine or sin curves or whatever they're called. All I know is that the blueprint I used to make this is a sin against the Unreal Engine blueprint box.
Oh my god, yeah, I can tell. A friend of mine who is a developer who has worked with, if they saw this code, they would proceed to do that gif when a dude just kind of like washes his hands, like just wipes them out, and then walks out the window. That's what happened. That's what would happen. Honestly, that. Looking at this, even I am becoming nauseous. What the fuck is this?
Bible.
Spaghetti code. Literal spaghetti code.
Somehow it miraculously works, and as you move through the level, more rooms spawn around you. Now you're probably wondering, how do you even get out of the back rooms? Well, you can't. According to the wiki, you can simply traverse the levels until you make it to the end. Yeah, it's actually a level called
On the topic
The
of
End.
developer,
On the topic of developer, I want to commit manslaughter against this thing. The topic of developer. Yeah, exactly. That's basically the also gonna dominate on me. Okay, cool.
I'd also recommend Annie.
We're going to make it in a future video, so if you don't want to miss that, hit the subscribe button right now or you'll no clip in your sleep. Now, before we start adding more features, I went through the effort of getting this game greenlit on Steam, so while you're at it, wishlist the game on Steam because it's free, so you have nothing to lose.
It's not free. It's
now,
not
walking
free.
around in endlessly generated backrooms doesn't sound like much fun.
It's another game dev.
Ah, I see. Then I bought a different Escape the Backrooms then. Well, the official one anyway. So
Infinite abstract pain. So to turn this from a walking simulator into an actually enjoyable game, we're going to add entities from the Backrooms wiki. So level 0 has entities called howlers, which are tall, disfigured creatures with a distorted and messy appearance, who have a slight humanoid shape. Wait, is this just describing me? Now, howlers are familiar with the structure of level 0 and know where their victims are, but level 0 is considered a safe level and interactions with entities are extremely rare. Oh, hi there. Now, I don't want to spoil how every entity works until you actually play the game, but he's going to make your life very difficult. To escape the backrooms, you have to find one of these randomly generated rooms with a ladder that brings you to level 1. Level 1 is basically a creepy looking parking garage with hallways connected to it. It's also called the habitable zone. But trust me, by the time I'm done making this level, it's going to be the inhabitable zone.
Inhabitable zone. I really should try watching a few Backrooms lore videos because this looks fascinating. This is like the very oppressive air about it because it's so monotone and completely rid of like any personality whatsoever. It's definitely interesting. It's definitely interesting.
So after blocking out the level and applying textures and decals to everything, I managed to get this early prototype of the zone with some hallways leading out of it. Now, I'm not an environment artist by any stretch
I think I saw people play this before, maybe.
of the imagination, clearly. So before the game
There's a hole in
releases,
the
I'll
wall.
probably go through everything with an actual environment artist to fix up all the rough edges. So the way you escape this level is by checking each door to find the one that brings you to the next level. Sounds simple, right? Wrong. The lights are running low on power and flicker off every now and then, and once the lights are off, you better be in one of the hallways or the entities that show up in the dark will wreck you. The entities in this level consist of skin stealers, scratchers, facelings, and hounds. Some scary shit, right? Now, I don't have time to make
That's Patrick.
all these entities in this video,
Okay.
so we'll just make the Scratcher. So Scratchers are long, slender beings that are gray in color. Although they appear slightly humanoid in form, their bodies are extremely disfigured and they have sunken white eyes.
Okay.
Wait, why is every single Backrooms entity just a description of me?
Same.
Well, this is the Scratcher here, and if you can stealthily avoid being in the parking garage when the lights go off and find the exit, you'll move on to level 2. Now, this level is something directly out of your childhood nightmares. And now nightmares too. Just a dark, narrow tunnel filled with pipes that seem to infinitely stretch in both directions that can provoke claustrophobia in anyone. So I tried to model the level after a reference picture and ended up with this. Which again, I'm not an environment artist, so it looks a little rough around the edges, but it'll all be fixed before release.
Yeah,
to make
definitely.
it infinite, I used procedural generation yet again to generate new
At least this one is like not as Spaghetti-O. Spaghetti-O. Like this is infinitely better code, but more pleasant code to look at. This is infinitely more pleasant to look
chunks
at.
of the tunnel as you walk around. Now, walking through this doesn't really put any pressure on you. You can just relax, sit back, and hold W while enjoying a cup of coffee.
Really? No.
Well, I don't like that. So I threw in a lighthead entity who follows you around, so you have to keep on running for dear life. If you manage to find an exit in the window of time before he reaches you, then congratulations, because you just moved on to the next level. Now, making the Backrooms levels in order would get kind of repetitive, and a lot of the levels are pretty boring, like level 6, which is just a room with the lights turned off. Level 7, which is just an endless ocean, and level 10, which is literally just a field of wheat.
Yeehaw! Howdy!
So we're gonna add a level that gave me some weirdly scary nostalgia called Level Fun. Now it reminds us all of those parties we would go to as kids, so I modeled it after a place I used to go to. Not that I've been there anytime recently or anything.
Honestly though, the sad part is, let me get existential real quickly. The sad part is, it's really interesting how only really kids have birthday parties. Like the thing with the cake and the clowns and everything. It's like when you become an adult, it's suddenly prohibited to have fun time. Suddenly prohibited to go to like a restaurant and get cake and get funky things and like balloons. For some reason, for some reason, having fun is considered the kid thing. At least mostly, it's like there is definitely exceptions in that rule, right? But it's just like, oh, okay, you now have a beard and you are twice the size you were before. What exactly stops you from having cake in the restaurant? And, you know, it's just like, I suppose it's also you should also factor in the fact that that most people are so busy this time around when they're adults that it's just like very hard to get together on a day. So it's just like, oh, happy birthday, no, whatever. Like the only people I see being celebrated on their birthday is the content creators, because people remember when their birthday is. Like my birthday is going to be in how much days actually? 12 days, like a little less than 2 weeks. It's on 17th. My birthday is going to be like in little less than 2 weeks, and it's gonna be interesting. I'm not sure exactly what I'm gonna be doing for it, but I guess we're gonna have a party with cake, imaginary cake, because I have a cake asset for VTube Studio, so I will use it. Why the fuck not? And we'll have some, I don't know, the celebration chatting, whatever. Feel free to post any ideas for in chat, by the way. I'm actually kind of curious, what the fuck am I supposed to be doing on my birthday?
Anything. So I added the fuzzy carpets, the eerie orange painted walls, the plastic
yes, the old
tables, cups, and chairs, balloons,
and
of course, arcade machines.
Yeah, this is one of those old hangout places where people celebrated the birthday situation. I've been to one of those many times before. It's kind of nostalgic looking at the whole framework.
Now this level is made up out of hallways and smaller rooms, so generating the level fully procedurally would be pretty difficult.
Yeah.
So I broke the level up into small pieces that I can just mix and match together with attachment points that connect to the older ones. Then just use the same algorithm I used for the previous
pipeline. At least your
pipeline.
birthday is not Halloween. Every time I want to have a party, everyone just say busy.
Yeah, that sounds annoying. When your birthday is on a holiday, on a massive holiday, people are going to be more inclined to celebrate the holiday instead of the birthday. But I do know that people don't really celebrate birthdays. I have not been celebrating my birthday last several years. Like, I think the only major time I had like a birthday thing was with the previous year, 2022, because I already started VTubing by that point in time, and I already did like a minor celebration.
At least your birthday is not Halloween. Every time I want to have a party, everyone just say busy.
Mooney, don't repeat it twice. That's not. Why are you repeating it twice now?
Test.
You good? You good? No.
Mooney's broken again.
No, she's fine. She's fine. Anyway, where was I? Right. The last time I celebrated my birthday in any capacity was the previous year, 2022, where I already was a VTuber. I basically debuted around September, debuted my model around the September. Before that, I was a PNG. Let me actually show you what I was before. I actually never showed you before this one. Let me actually find it, if I can find it, if it's there, if it's here somewhere. If it's here somewhere, I need to find it. I need to like find it. What's it called? We are going to be. We're going to have a minute of intermission here. A minute of intermission. Try. Should be somewhere. Let me actually. Minute of intermission. I need to find something real quickly. Cause I needed to reinstall my my Steam, so a lot of my assets that I already had somewhere they were not there, so I need to find the. No scrunkly. Okay, no scrunkly. What is it? Ha, what is it? It might not be around. Might not be around. Let me actually Rebecca Doodles. Rebecca Doodles. Where is it? T bullshit. Rebecca Doodles. No. Where is this crunkly? Ah, I lost it. Okay, well, never mind. I'm gonna show it. I lost the asset. I'm gonna just show you the original thing I used for my model instead. One of the things I used as something I did. So let me quickly find the asset, because I kind of wanna show you this. Not this. Let me wait. What is this? Load in. So why do I have read rows saved on my computer? I don't know. Maybe I was like a fan or something. Whatever. Okay. I have a lot of people saved here, so for some reason. Okay. Like a lot of people I interacted with in some way and didn't. I'm not exactly sure why people who I didn't interact with what they're doing here, but you know, it's all good. It's all good. And I just need to find the scrunkly, Scrunkly, where art thou? I will show you the. It was done by Rebecca. I found it. There's the boy. Bonk. Okay, let me. Yep. 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 There it is. This is the thing I used.
Lamau.
This is the thing I used to be on streams. This is the thing that looks like a that I used on.
This looks a meme.
Yes, this looks like a meme. Yep. This is the thing I used to interact with chat. This is the exact thing I used to interact with chat. This, which also went. What is it called? 61? Yeah, 61. It's also did this. Oh no, not this. It's a 63 maybe. Yeah, it's also did this. That is what they did when it spoke. Ah! I might restore it, but I still had like an asset of somewhere.
Damn bro, set the quality from YouTube back to 180. The moment my change the Z coordinates, then he become a stick.
I become a stick, exactly. That's my true identity. Actually, I actually not have been an anime man all this time. I have been a stick man all this time, all along, piloting a mech body of an anime man. That's been my secret identity this whole time. I just exposed myself real quick here. Sorry if that makes you disappoint. Anyhow,
and now
let's actually finish the video. But yeah, sorry for this random intermission. I just got nostalgic.
this one works too. Now it's time to ruin the party by telling you that you're not alone here. There are entities called partygoers.
Damn. I don't get invited into
They're
parties.
creatures with cartoonish faces and yellow tinted skin. So they're basically Marshmallow with Jaundice holding a balloon.
No.
The best way to avoid partygoers is by not letting them see you. As soon as one of them spots you and starts playing nursery music, it's over for you, as all of them will start to track you down. At this point, the only way to avoid them is by hiding under a table. Now, to escape level fun, you need to find a room with an LED window while simultaneously avoiding partygoers, which is a lot harder than it sounds. I've been hiding under this table for 2 hours. Can one of you guys just kill me already? So those are all the levels I have time to add in this video, and I'm going to be adding a lot of other levels and entities, so if you're interested in playing the game and want to see the progress, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon so you don't miss any future videos. One of them just might announce the release date, which is going to be pretty soon.
Honestly, that's pretty cool. Fancy. I'm gonna subscribe, and hit the bell button. Thank you. That's pretty cool. Honestly, the fact that they produce, someone decided to do a series. I think that's the whole. That is very similar to Choo Choo Charles situation. Choo Choo Charles was also done with by a YouTuber, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm not mistaken. Let me drop back into the playlist. Good video. Yeah. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed myself. It's not as like complete, obviously, because it's just the first video ever. But I definitely see a lot of effort that went into this. Though the video game I'm gonna be playing is not gonna be free. So next video, I think we're gonna be watching. I kind of want to watch. JonTron, but I never actually reacted to JonTron on stream before. Actually, never, because I did have reaction streams before. Never had a reaction video to JonTron because I often watch a lot of his videos like on my own, but I didn't watch these. Did watch this. So, but yeah, if you have any other. If you'd like to watch any other one, I'd be glad. But yeah, probably gonna. Which one should I start with? The Titanic 2 or Pro Gamer Compounds? Which one? Which one do you think I should start with? Guys, tell me why? Tell me what? Not why? What? I am struck with random a symptom of cannot decitis. So yeah, fuck it, just watch Compounds. Titanic. This is Titanic 2.
Oh, can we watch the Bricky video about the quality of AAA?
Bricky video. Bricky. Huh. This one?
Is that your stream?
That is my stream, yes.
On the YouTube home.
Yes, I don't know why it's there, but it's there. Huh. Fuck, fuck, why are you suggesting me my own YouTube video?
Can you watch yourself on stream? Like, does that work?
On the YouTube video.
Can you watch yourself on stream? Like, does that work?
Apparently.
The third line, second row.
Apparently it works. Oh. What have you done?
The third line. Oh no. Second row.
What have you done? It works. Oh. What have you done? What have you done?
Oh no.
It's not. What have you done? What have you done? No. What have you done?
The infinite loop.
The infinite loop. Okay, no. Okay, let's just go for this. I don't want my video to go into.
Speaking to us.
I don't want to go into infinity and beyond. Which video of Bricky would you guys want me to watch? Yeah, this one, I guess. This. Reaction video playlist. Okay. Okay, thank you. What are AAA games even anymore? Good question.
Line,
you know what?
Second row.
Yeah, we're gonna start with this one. Gotta do this. What are even AAA games anymore? AAA games anymore? This has been this from Bricky. This is one of the another reaction from Bricky I'm gonna be watching. Actually, Bricky, me and Bricky has an interesting history together because Bricky brought me the biggest video I have on the channel currently. Let me actually show you real quickly. Bricky brought the biggest YouTube video I have currently. Also, I'm like eight subscribers away from 400. God damn it! But look at this. Look at this. 13,000 subscribers. 13,000 views. 11 months ago. This was around September, around August to September when I did a reaction on this. But yeah, 13,000 views. Because apparently, 40k fandom is very passionate. It is very passionate. Yeah, I am a fan of 40k.
Not the Warhammer 40k rabbit hole.
It is. But yeah, look at this, 13,000 views. Anyway, thank you, Bricky. Bricky. Follow Bricky, please. Bricky is a good lad. He makes good stuff. So we're gonna watch his what even are AAA games anymore? What are they? Brickster, the brickiness. Tell us.
Before we get started on this video, this episode of Bricky Brings You Content is brought to you by my sponsor, Bespoke Post. Bespoke Post is a monthly membership club delivering a box of various items from top shelf and under the radar brands. It's completely free to join, and every month they introduce their members to cool different products, things like outdoor gear, barware, kitchen goods, clothing, and even more. All this entirely based on a preference quiz that you fill out when signing up. The lineup changes every month, but
hands, pray for Mr. John Warhammer Bricky.
Each box of awesome has around $70 in value, but you only pay a fraction of the price. In fact, 90% of the products
Mr. John
in
Warhammer Bricky
come from small brands, many of which are right here in the US. And what should be made clear is that while you can sign up and take the quiz, you don't owe any money until you decide to pick a box. You only pay for what you want. And before it gets shipped to you, you can even decide if you want to keep it, swap it for a different box, or skip the month entirely for absolutely no charge. Throughout this ad, you've seen me unboxing 3 of the boxes I chose. The 3 I specifically went with were the Concentrate, Explore, and Wabi Sabi boxes. Concentrate because I have a crippling caffeine addiction and anything in new coffee sounds lovely to me. Explore because despite the fact that I am in busy suburban SoCal, we do have plenty of different fun trails and hiking areas you can go through. And Wabi,
my entire outside is a hiking area. Effectively, I live in the forest. Like I look around, I look out, I look into the, I look to the left forest, I look to the right forest. It's just forest.
Sabi because sushi
Outside
is
of my library is only
food
forest
of all time. That is one of the more Californian things I can say, but hey, I know who I am. I will certainly be using the things I got from these 3 boxes. And if you
it's like deep forest, it's not like a pleasant park forest. I got lost and abducted by a Bigfoot forest.
You would like to get your first ever box of awesome, and not only that, but get it for 20% off. Click the link in the description and enter code Bricky20 at checkout, or go to bespokepost.com/Bricky20. Thanks again to Bespoke Post for sponsoring this video. Head on over to the link in the description to get 20% off your first box with code Bricky20. Hello, everybody. My name is Bricky. Currently,
you lied to me. I thought your name was John Warhammer.
Well, feeling a little whelmed. Not overwhelmed.
Bro living with Wool Elf now. He is lost to us.
I'm not a wool elf. I'm a wood elf. But yeah, effectively. Effectively. I literally like look outside and there's like I'm not kidding. There was a moment in my life when I looked outside and there was a bear ruffling in a trash can. And then he looked at me and I looked at him, and we both decided that we have not seen this, and we decided to go our separate ways. I went to grab coffee, and then he dragged the trash can away.
Underwhelmed.
Yes. Russia.
Yes.
Just whelmed. I stand here in front of the green screen I painted on my closet wall, thinking to myself, this is certainly one of the days of all time.
That's me every day. Every day I sit up, look at my big ass space thing on the wall, and go, this is certainly a day.
$70. $70. It's a lot of money. It's also like not a lot of money. I recall a conversation
It's like a lot of money to spend on one thing, but not a lot of money.
One with a tree. As a Vietnamese, I welcome a brother.
Yes, one with the tree. I'm one with the tree. We actually have a lot of naturally produced stuff here. Like, it's one of the things you can absolutely expect is that like there's a lot of naturally produced food here, like meats, milk, dairy products, all of the greens, all of the veggies, all of the fruits. We have I basically buy all of that from our neighbors technically, because like every person here has like has their own like a garden and things. There's a farm a few kilometers away from here. It's like it's a whole system here. Like we have technically a market, but that market buys from everyone else here and then sells to other people. It's like it's kind of like a. It's kind of like one of those old-timey markets, where people come in, set up their own stalls, and do their own and sell their own things. That's basically the core of things. But yeah, I am completely detracting from the topic of the video. But $70 is an interesting thing because it feels big to spend on a game. It feels bad to spend on a game, but it doesn't feel bad to spend on anything else. If that makes sense.
I had with a friend.
Like spending $70 per month on the internet doesn't feel as bad because you get return from it all the time, right? You know exactly what you want from it. Or like I spent $50 on the internet. On like 400 on 400, I spent $50, right? 400 download and 400 upload.
Bro
That's
is living in the economy management sim game.
Yeah. But so yeah, I play $50 for 400 download, 400 upload. That's my basis of living. That's my basis of living on the internet, and that's what I need to do to like have these internet things. But I still don't want to spend money, a big amount of money on games, especially like that, because I don't know, it just feels weird. I'm an old person though, so.
And
people who only were gaming in an era where $60 games were a thing and $70 game were a thing, they'd consider 60 and 70 to be norm, and then only after that.
Yeah, Destiny 2 DLC nowadays $100. Unbelievable.
Yes, that's stupid. Like that's really stupid. I tried Destiny 2. It's a convoluted mess of microtransactions and absolutely a weird design in terms of selling shit. It's at least if you have something like that, if you have a system full of microtransactions and buying, at least have a bundle with all of the shit you can buy, so you can enjoy all of the content. At least do it like Final Fantasy 14, where you can buy the game and like every expansion up to the current expansion. At least you can do that, right? But no, you can't do that apparently, because fuck knows why.
On the discussion of the $100 bill and how it is simultaneously a lot of money and almost no money. $100 is a decent amount of groceries, a nice dinner date for you and someone special, refilling a lot of cleaning supplies around the house, or even a lot of essential bits of clothing, like simple name brand underwear, socks, t-shirts. You can get a lot for $100, but it's also not even a month's worth of electricity,
No.
fraction of rent, and just barely covering a full tank of gas in
Depends on the country, but yes.
2023. And over the
Again, depends on the country, but yeah.
past 5 years, even the $100 that meant a lot feels like it's meaning less and less with rising inflation, poor wages, and a housing market that is at best infuriating and at worst unfixable.
The housing market here is not as bad, effectively. It's manageable, effectively, because like okay, so this place I have right now, I own this place. I actually own this place. I do not pay in this rent. I own this place. Well, not me, but like my family technically. But yeah, we own this place, right? That's us. That's completely ours. Like this, no person comes here and asks when will I pay rent. But I am the one who owns this place, and this place
was an American problem.
An American problem. I would say it's a problem for a bunch of countries with the very various levels of fucked markets, fucked prices. But even here, you have like not super pleasant prices, because people want money and people want to sell things at like in ridiculous rates. Effectively, actually, let me do something real quick. Let me zoom in a little bit. Let me zoom in a little bit. I feel like you can see my beautiful eyes that way. Okay.
Along with the price of basically everything else, video games are also increasing in cost, going from the $60 they have been for over a decade to $70 for the, quote, AAA game.
I feel like AAA quality this time around, this day and age, feels more like avoid quality. Like avoid at the start, buy after 1 year, maybe half a year if you are lucky. That is like the AAA stamp of quality. Do not buy, do not pre-order. That is like basically what I think, what I see when I see AAA games. Most of them, at least. Nintendo is, but most of them.
This recent price jump has been made extremely known to us, as its reveal was superset between the release of a game that couldn't be played and a game that nobody wanted to play, which now leads us to a discussion.
And several games that do come out of the it's quote unquote AAA business market, I don't want to touch with a 10-foot pole.
What should a $70 game really be? Or better yet, what is a AAA game that is worth such a price point? Because throughout my entire life, games have been priced at either $50 or $60.
Yeah. 40 occasionally 40.
From as young as I can remember playing video games, they were like $50.
Yeah.
But a quick Google search says that roughly around 2006, they started retailing for $60. This would have made me 11 years old. Or in Call of Duty release time frame scale, a year before COD 4. That's
not a quality standard.
Yeah, and AAA games nowadays is like a gatekeep the quality standard. That's exactly it. Even if the game is good, right? Even if the game is good, like say Jedi Survivor, even if the game behind every trouble is good, right? They fixed everything and just whatever. I still consider AAA quality. I'm not going to play this until a year passes situation. Like I'm not going to play, or if and good games. Good AAA games are often barred to consoles, which I also do not have currently. So that's another reason why I'm going to be playing it in a year. Like Final Fantasy 16, that's going to have a PC port at some point, right? It's going to have a PC port at some point because they haven't gotten nearly as much money that they expected to get. Because surprise, surprise, not everyone is going to chill out on fucking PlayStation 5. Not everyone has the money for it. So whatever. So they will absolutely port this to PC, and then I will play it, but not a minute earlier. I will not go out of my way to buy PC 5 just to sit down and play Final Fantasy 16. That's not happening. That's not happening. Even then, though, when the PC port happens, I will have to wait a little bit. If the game works well, if there's no ridiculous specifications, if I can stream this, yada 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 yada.
How I remember video game years is COD release dates. It's all off the top of my head right now. Ghosts 2013, Modern Warfare 2 2009, Black Ops 2 2012. It's all there.
I never grew up with COD, so I cannot relate.
So that means we haven't had a general price increase for about 17 years. It's not to say there haven't been ways to get more money out of games, of course.
Oh yeah, of course.
Deluxe editions, promising in-game items going for up to $100 or more. DLCs or...
I am absolutely not against DLCs myself. Like I'm absolutely not against DLCs. DLCs ultimately is a additional content that you are willing to support developers for and like get your money in for some additional little goodies, right? That is separate. That is like that is a package that adds to an experience that is hopefully good and complete, right? In theory, or supposed to. God help me. It's supposed to do that. I'm laughing even saying that because I don't think that's what people think DLCs are these days.
As they used to say, or call it my day, expansion.
And other microtransactions insulated a lot of the $60 purchases, which, hot take, I'm actually surprised the $70 price tag didn't come sooner.
I am too.
If we look at it from a pure inflation standpoint, $60 in 2006 is almost $90 today. Plus, it's not like the cost of making games has stayed the same. Games are made by people like you and me. And to say that their wages haven't also needed to go up to facilitate a more expensive economy.
Yeah, bricky. But they haven't gone up, though. They haven't gone up, though. The reason why the game's prices came out is because Mr. Bobby or whoever else, replace Bobby with whoever you want, needs to buy another yacht, and then he fires 600 workers. That's why the prices increased. Not the utopia reason of the people needing bigger wages. That's not how the world works.
Would be generally incorrect. Ironically, when you look at it in relative terms, video games have actually gone down in price over the years, staying the same cost for a while costing more to make, while not adjusting for inflation, which would make sense why there have been such an absolute abundance in microtransactions.
No, it doesn't make sense.
And upsells to make up the difference.
No. I don't give a shit. I genuinely don't give a shit. That's not... No. Nothing justifies over monetizing a game. Nothing. You will not.
Me and my boys hate Bobby Kotick.
Yeah, you will not justify anything. Like, genuinely, to me. I think this is bullshit that is peddled by the PR department, who wants, because the games are, you choose the price of the game you develop. Nobody asks you to develop $100 million games. Nobody. People are content to play a game that costs $50,000. Nobody will look at you and say, "Oh, you didn't spend $100 million on this. Why could you?" If you bring a good game, nobody's gonna fucking complain. Everyone who says, "Oh, graphics," they were never a gamer to begin with. They were a movie. That's not irrelevant, like, at all, to actual gaming process. The game is playing the game is playing the game. You don't, if you want to watch a movie, you gotta watch a movie. Those are two fucking different statistics, different scenarios. God,
so our new price point at $70 has been created, and let's be real, none of us can stop it now. The precedent has been set, and every major publisher is just happy that someone else did it first.
Yeah.
So they don't appear to be the boogeyman. I will go out and say I don't mind that the new price of AAA games is $70.
I don't mind the prices being $70. Don't mind. What I mind is the abundance of the fucking microtransactions that still come with it. If you have price of $70, right, and you buy a game by $70, you do not include microtransactions worth $30, $40, $50 into the game. You do not. 15, maybe. 10, maybe. 5, I will absolutely buy something $5. Cool. Not 50, not 30, not 60, not 70. I will not. Like, literally, even if I become a millionaire ever, which is not going to happen, I'm not going to spend a dime on the microtransactions.
I was astonished it remained $60 for as long as it did. But I will say two things. Okay. One, I should not be your base metric. Thanks to the success of this channel, the sponsors I have, streams I do, and lovely community like yourself that shows up and watches these videos and buys merchandise at orchidate.com. I am doing very, very well.
Exceptionally well, I'd say. He's one of those people who I believe is absolutely content with life. Currently. Absolutely content. He does content, I think, that is absolutely vibing to me. A guy who likes his life. It's very upbeat. Very positive. I am not a person who likes my life. I am very negative sometimes, right? I'm a broke ass bitch. I'm a broke ass bitch. Most often than not, I am depressed. So I'm like, I'm not exactly the most positive person in the universe. That might change. That might change in the end, but still, for now, I am the way I am. But I can see a person who's like very positive about life and very confident in himself, and that's the Brickster here.
For myself, I am not the average person. I am not the working class. So my $70 is very different than your $70.
I do not have a $70 to spend on a game. I just do not. Like, that's pause. I don't have it.
And it does me good to constantly remind myself of that. And two, the game has to be worth $70 fucking.
Yes. Yeah. It has to be worth it.
Well, yeah, my man owned 3 or 4. Don't remember. Army and Warhammer 40k.
To be fair, though, I do own an army in 40k. I do own one army in 40k. Myself. It's orcs. I'm playing orcs. I'm an orcs player. Yes, I'm a whack ass that is an orc player. What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you want from me? Anyway.
Redfall is not worth $70. Jedi Survivor on PC should not be $70.
No.
I should not have to pay $70 for a broken game with the hope it'll be fixed later. You don't pay for a car and have the dealers say, yeah, all the tires are popped and it has no windshield, but it'll be fixed at some point.
Yeah, that's the paradox of gaming industry, right? Because every other industry out there, every other place where you receive anything from anyone, be it a car or an ice cream cone or like a meal, right? You want your quality now, right this fucking second. If you buy a car, you want it to be in whole place. You don't buy a car and come in and there is a single tire rolling around on the ground, and the rest of the car, and there's like a little sign on the tire that says the rest of the car will arrive within the next year. No, you don't. You will not buy that car. You will say, "Fuck you! I'm gonna sue you for false advertisement," and you sue them, and you win the suit, and you win the lawsuit because it is false advertisement. to say that you release a game and then not release a game in a state that is actually playable. But no. People in the gaming industry, they like to huff copium. That is like the favorite thing, the copium. So when Redfall comes out and it's a broken mess and it doesn't really do anything, though occasionally Redfall is a rare case when people say no, we don't want that at all. Please go take this away. So it tanked anyway. But like, so when the Jedi Survivor came out, because the game is decent, right? I see so many people being like, but they fixed it. They fixed it apparently. No, they fixed it. So now, copium. That means it was worth it. It was worth the money that you spent. No, dumbass, it wasn't. It wasn't worth it. Because you had to wait all that time from when you bought the game to play the game like a normal person. So it wasn't ultimately worth it.
When? In the future. When in the future?
When?
When will then be now? Soon. How soon?
If I can make a blanket statement today, it's this. I don't give a shit if your game is $10, $40, $70. It's a fucking product. I don't sell people half a goddamn shirt. I don't care about your deadlines. Don't sell me something broken. Lick your wounds, post your cyberpunk delay image, and fix your shit before it comes out. Swallow your pride and speak to whoever ran the PC port for God of War 2018, because that game can run on my fucking Tamagotchi. Of course, I speak to the publishers more than anything. I do not fault the individual devs. I fault the unrealistic deadlines and management of those above them. Your game needs to work.
Yes. And again, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit to do this disclaimer of like, oh, developers. Everyone knows this. Developers, obviously. Nobody will blame the fucking single worker bee for like whatever problem they have. Like that's not. Everyone who says that has a problem. Like everyone who says that about like David, how dare you sell me a game like that, David? Even though you don't do any decision in this line of work, David, I'm still gonna blame you, David. Like that's not a thing, right? That's not a thing. Nobody does that. Please tell me nobody does that. I hope nobody does that. And anyway, it's like, when we say game broken, developer studio sucks, we talk about the upper management who solicited all of that. Because a studio is a well-oiled machine. If it's not a well-oiled machine, it sucks. There could be any amount of talent, there could be any amount of people working on it that are massive, amazing, but fucking fantastic at what they do. Could be anything. Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 was made by people, one of the biggest, by a group of people who are like the best developers in Square Enix. It was made by those people. But the problem was the development of the entire game did not align together to create a well-oiled machine so that the product can be created, finalized, and well made and working. So the final result of the initial version of Final Fantasy XIV was trash. Even though many people who worked on the original version were one of the best developers in the industry, right? By saying the game is trash, we do not say the developers are trash. We say the game is trash. If people, it's just like the fact that I have to say those disclaimers is indicating to me how fucking narrow-minded people are these days. Really?
Yeah. Whew. Whew. Management. Yes, management. Next part of the script.
They are such babies. I am going to leave them in there.
Management that seems to be present in the AAA industry more than most others. Those that are at fault, I refer. Because this whole thing begs another main question. What even is AAA game?
It's an overhyped bullshit. It's an overhyped piece of garbage. Most likely. That is overpriced. In 2023, AAA game means usually either console locked and somewhat good, right? Or overhyped trash.
Why'd I say that way? What even is AAA game? What is AAA? What even is a AAA game anymore? Not only what it is, but once it's defined, is it even a sustainable concept? Like, the line between AAA game and the rest of the world's products is getting constantly blurred. For many, AAA is a standard of quality.
No, it's not.
Example of this would have been Blizzard a few years back.
Yeah.
Blizzard games were notoriously high quality. Often their ideas weren't the first, but they were something that was really nailed down. It kind of made me have this feeling of like the Apple of video games, where nothing Apple does is particularly brand spanking new and crazy new technology, but they tend to make the things they do make really polished. Overwatch.
Somewhat, yeah. But there has been like a thing in Blizzard, I'd say, that it's like that existed for a long time, with their quality status effects being not, how to say it, not the best. I mean, it's even started long before that. It started since in a lot of World of Warcraft situations. It started during a lot of the how to say it. It started with a lot of. Hey, Ultrazaz. But yeah, it started with a lot of things that just started happening. Hello, Ultrazaz. And it's just, I don't know. There has been a lot of issues with World of Warcraft. There has been a lot of issues with Hearthstone. Blizzard has not been the epitome of quality for a long time at this point.
1 was a great example of this. When it came to the...
Overwatch 1 was one of the most standout releases ever. Because the game functioned, that's 1. The game was fun, that's 2. The game was complete, that's 3. And you just, sure, there were loot boxes. People could spend things on loot boxes. But you could officially earn them with each level, those same loot boxes. Like, you could very efficiently farm those loot boxes if you really wanted to. So it's not as predatory as people like it to believe it to be.
Individual aspects of Overwatch, everything felt rather pristine. The UI was smooth and transitioned well. The character designs looked unique, and the animation...
The art style was good. The art style is what sold Overwatch the way it is. It wasn't really demanding in terms of like quality. It wasn't really demanding in terms of internet. It wasn't really demanding in terms of skill. Not really. You could be skilled, right? But it was largely a team-based effort in a lot of ways. But yeah,
were crafted in a way that felt as if industry veterans were making them. Graphics too play a part in this. Not photorealistic per se, but its own special feeling and art style. The game was also relatively bug-free. I don't remember encountering any bug.
I have not. I remember playing the game in 2016, way back when. I remember playing it on release. It was not buggy. It was not buggy at all. It was very. It played very well. It played very well. I can say for sure.
bugs in the launch.
There might have been like minor things, obviously, balance issues, whatever. But those are things you expect totally from a multiplayer game, because a multiplayer game is a live thing. It's alive. It has to be balanced. It has to be adjusted. Yada 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 yada.
Of Overwatch, and my only real issue was the server capacity. But even then, like, I kind of get it. I still got a ton of games in regardless. We have quality. Right. Another thing to be associated with AAA is the size of the games. What are you offering? How much content is there? If we take a trip back and we think about Halo Reach, like, that game was jam-packed for what it had. A fully fledged 7 to 8 hour campaign that can be played normal or co-op, firefight, a co-op horde game mode, a fully fledged multiplayer with a ton of customization, maps and game modes, Forge, a massive map customizer that could be a game in itself, and custom games. The hilarious game modes that were played from the maps you made in Forge. This was a massive game. The sheer volume of content to be played is staggering, truly staggering. So we have A, quality, B, size, and finally C, the name. And we can't pretend as if the name isn't a huge part of what makes a game AAA. Like, your studio could be 40 people or 400 people, but if I slap Activision Blizzard on it, Electronic Arts, or Naughty Dog, it's going to be taken as if it's a AAA title. And this extends to people working on it. If you have Troy Baker voicing your lead, that means something. If Laura Bailey or Jennifer Hale are contracted, it assumes you have money to spend. Money smaller companies simply don't have. The industry is all names at the end of the day anyway, right? So
yeah, I suppose so. That's fair. The industry is all names. I guess that makes sense, honestly. When you really consider it, when you have a Matt Mercer on your title, it's gonna be a AAA game. If you have different various names about both actors and directors, everything, it's often even like a point of PR when you have like someone, a big name or a big person. It's really a point of PR. Like it really is. Didn't you already say hello, Bami? Oh, hey. And it's just like, it's such a interesting topic to think about. But a lot of things, I personally believe a lot of the names you could have bought, you could have spent that budget on, I don't know, polishing the game, maybe making that game more interesting. Maybe making that endless expanse of nothing more condensed amount of everything. Maybe that's where the budget should have went, instead of buying Laura Bailey for 2 lines of dialogue of a person who gets yeeted out of the window. Maybe that'd be best.
Those are your 3 ABCs of AAA: quality, size, and names. The building blocks of a major AAA release video game. Or are they? Day by day, 1, 2, or even all 3 of these factors are being abandoned. It's not uncommon for a game to be missing some or all of the building blocks, yet still masquerade itself as AAA video game. Let's look at Cyberpunk when it came out, right? Size? Absolutely there. Present in all its glory. Name? 100%. CD Projekt Red. Well respected. Quality? An absolute failure. A cautionary tale on the very concept of pre-ordering a title. It lives in infamy, despite the fact that it's okay now. But I didn't buy Cyberpunk for it to be okay now. Apex
Yeah, that's the thing. I remember being very excited for Cyberpunk 2017, 20-something, 77. I remember being very excited about it because I do love Cyberpunk. I love Cyberpunk. I love the tabletop system. I love the vibe of it all. I like the Cyberpunk in general because I'm an edgy boy. And it's just like the way it was executed, right? The story was good. Keanu was good in his role. Everything was good. But like, I do not have it in me to condone its existence as a game that is still being fixed 3 years later. I don't. That officially punted my expectations for any CD Projekt game, CD Projekt game, into the gutters. I do not watch the new look at the new Witcher and say,
hello, Theo in chat.
Oh, hey, Yuna. I do not look at the new Witcher and say, oh, it will be great. I look at the Witcher and say, I hope it will be okay. Thanks to Cyberpunk 2077. I think for me, Cyberpunk became like the last straw in terms of like pre-ordering games. If before that I never even I considered pre-ordering games, right? I occasionally still didn't, but I considered it because there was like some really neat things. And I even pre-ordered Elden Ring. One game I fucking pre-ordered was Elden Ring. Somehow that worked out. Somehow that worked out for once. But yeah, I did. That's the only game. But I will not consider mostly pre-ordering games now. Never.
Legends. Names? EA and Respawn. I mean, that pulls weight. Quality? Bit iffy on that one. Game constantly breaks. Servers have issues often. And I've encountered my fair share of bugs and cheaters. Size?
What we chatting about?
We're chatting about AAA games. Yuna. We're chatting what makes a AAA game a AAA game. We are watching Bricky's video on the topic, and we are basically going off on a tangent about the topic as usual. Previous reaction stream, you can check the videos, by the way, on my channel, Yuna. What happened when I reacted to a long-ass video from Actman, 40-minute video reaction turned into 40-minute video turned into 2.5 hours. Because I was rambling so much about the gaming industry. And I continue to be rambling so much about the gaming industry. Actually, let me see. When did I start reacting to...
A game that works would be a start for AAA games.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see. Yeah, I watched 11 minutes in 30 minutes. It's been 35 minutes since I started watching this video. I only watched 12 minutes of the video. So, solid hour. Expect
we
a solid...
We are shitting on Bobby Kotick.
Oh, we're also doing that, yeah. We're also doing that, obviously. We're also doing that, yeah, of course.
Don't think so. There are a few maps, sure, but for the...
Also, Apex Legends is massive in different ways, I think. It's massive in its sheer pool of competitiveness. It's probably one of the most technical shooters you could have won there.
Most part, it's one big game mode and a couple side modes. It lacks a campaign and any co-op.
Starfield does have a good bit of problems.
Starfield is a Bethesda game. They still haven't changed their engine, which released in 2011. They're still using the same engine they used in 2011. This is Skyrim. This is Skyrim, but in space. On pure technicality, this is just Skyrim in space. Like, this is... What can I say? It's just Skyrim in space.
I am aware XD.
Yeah, what are your favorite games? What are my favorite games? Depends. When it comes to RPGs, I'd say my favorite games would be the Mass Effect trilogy as RPGs. When it comes to shooters, I'd say
mine is Minecraft.
Interesting. When it comes to shooters, I'd say mine would be the what's it called? I think the which one I played that is like the most. I guess Overwatch. The first Overwatch was my favorite shooter. And various other games, I like various games. I don't have like the favorite game ever. Ratchet and Clank series I also adore as well. When it comes to puzzlers, Banjo-Kazooie, I also love those games.
I love the Ratchet and Clank series.
Banjo-Kazooie also. Pokemon Unite has been a favorite of mine recently as well. I have been playing League for
Pokemon
12
Unite.
years. I've been playing League for 12 years. So I guess you could say that's a favorite of mine. I haven't gotten better at League, but I did play it for 12 years. God damn it. Anyway, and yeah, Minecraft, I kind of want to try Minecraft, actually. Whenever I have the chance to buy Minecraft and try Minecraft, I want to try Minecraft. I want to have a server.
I love League too.
I want to make a server. I want to vibe with my, I want our company, whenever we have the company established, I want us to have our own little server. Yeah, she has a 10 second delay.
Mooney still seems to be a little slow with chatting.
Yeah, she has a 10-second delay. She needs to like think about before producing it.
I don't agree. Apex just only has like 3 or 4 map and they just rework something new. It doesn't has some lore in it. Well, yeah, it has, but it's so little it not noticeable.
True, but I mean, I think Epix is not played for size to begin with. It's kind of like a butchered remains of Titanfall series in a way. All the mechanics are there from Titanfall, all the things are there from Titanfall, but like with combined with the BR stuff and like the hyper competitive style of gameplay. It's very addicting though. I can say for sure. It's very addicting. When it comes to size, I think like Overwatch could have turned into size, but they decided not to because it was too time consuming and too resource consuming, and they just fucked up and decided to be like, oh, we're gonna promise size and then not deliver size, and apparently that's good somehow, but whatever.
Mode that its predecessor, Titanfall 2, had both of. Now, Apex is not a $60 game, but they shove microtransactions into you so often. The amount of horrendous.
At least League has lores.
League is massive. We can say for sure at this point League is massive because League currently contains several games.
Lore with the S in the end.
Yeah, the several games within one game, effectively, because League of I think what's called the Runeterra card game is technically also a League game. The main League of Legends game is a thing. The TFT is a thing. The new game mode of that they actually copied from Battleborn or something like that. Battle something like that. There was a game I played a while back that they basically copied for their new BR two versus two situation. They did copy it, so it's fair. Probably because they have some of the developers from that game went into Riot, but never mind. League is so massive in terms of like scope of it all right now. They have several RPGs within them. There are several RPGs within them.
Just came back from my midnight snacks. Looks like we're having quite a nice discussion here.
Yeah, we have. Also, another thing to say, there's so much lore and history
Not
in
a
there.
fan of the PvP of League, but I do have to say that Riot has done a really good job overall.
Yeah, they even produced one of the most impossible things ever. They actually made a TV show about the licensed product. Good. Arcane was good. I liked Arcane. It was really good. I think it was really worth the
And what
worth
about
the time.
Call of Duty?
Call of Duty is a franchise. I think every separate game is good on its own right. Though I can't say I ever played any of them specifically too much. I played Modern Warfare 1. That's the only COD game I ever touched ever. Yes, I'm a false gamer. I never played COD games. But yeah, ultimately, I think. I mean, have you heard? They have so much lore. They're making an MMO out of a Riot World, out of the League world. They're making an MMO. They're making an MMO out of League
I kind
universe.
of just want COD to die. A game a year is way too often.
Maybe, but I think they switched their tactics to less games per year. But still, I kind of don't like COD as a franchise because it's so played out at this point. There's so many games in the series. I don't really see a point. I don't really see where they can go creatively to make it work because it has been releasing since 2000s. The series was already 23 years old at this point, if not more. So what else they could do? Like what else? Like I don't know. So whatever. Recent games have also dipped in quality considerably. I can say that for sure. But yeah.
Horrendously expensive events that
The microtransactions.
I'm waiting for the Riot MMO. I think it will be super fun.
I also think it will be super fun. It's also, I checked it out, by the way, it also has been made by a lot of the veterans from MMO making. A lot of the people who went to create World of Warcraft the way it is right now. They moved to Riot, and they are making new stories there, making new lore, making new game concepts. I think a lot of an old game lead of World of Warcraft is the one making the game, the MMO right now. So that's a thing, which is interesting actually. I actually don't know anything about the game. I only watched like several videos of Necrit, where he was like, what is possible for that MMO, not like what is will actually be. But I already know that Necrit said that developers watch his videos actually, so it makes sense. If a lot of those ideas will be somewhat realized within the MMO itself, because those are really good ideas Necrit proposed. To return back on the topic, I think Apex Legends has way too overpriced cosmetics. Same with Valorant. I might have bought a bundle or something, but I don't really believe it was worth it ultimately, because it's just a few flashy
MMO
guns.
will take like 6 more years to complete, so I keep up some hope. I can't get into any of Riot's game due to some bad blood in the past, but I might actually take a look at the MMO.
I also will look. I played League for 12 years. Maybe it's because of that. Maybe because of attachment. I still want to play the Ruined King story. I still want to play a lot of games, of Riot games, because I haven't touched a lot of them in my time. I don't know. I hadn't had the time or motivation to do it. But yeah, I hope the MMO will be good, because I'd like to have another MMO to sink my teeth into, other than Final Fantasy XIV, which I'm going to be continuing the moment I actually get my external drive. I want to be able to catch up to the story before the new expansion comes out. That's definitely what I want to. Before the new expansion comes out, I would like to catch up to the story. Yeah.
It hits you with day in and day out, and still having loot boxes in 2023. Good God, even Blizzard abandoned those in Overwatch 2. Their solution isn't much better, but goddamn. And
their solution is much worse, actually. Their solution is much, much, much worse. The loot boxes were better. I said it. They were better.
we don't even need to cover Redfall.
Redfall is a special thing. It's a one in a century thing, where every single person who ever watched it, looked at it, or played it, came together and said, "Wow, wow."
We don't even need to cover Redfall.
No.
All right. All I had going for it was the name Arcane. The rest is an evident failure. In fact, Arcane is.
I want to play 14 so bad, but can't keep up with the sub.
The sub is a thing, honestly. The only reason I considering continuing playing, because I have the sub till late November right now, and then after that I can confidently ask my company to help me upkeep the sub until until I actually.
Oh God, I remember hyping for Test V, Redfall. Then they dropped this Walmart Redfall.
Fun fact about me. I actually have the Elder Scrolls Online Complete Edition. I have all the expansions up to date. This is one of the MMOs I bought completely. I have it on Steam, like full game. I can just download it anytime and also play it, and I just never played it before. So I have my choices. I have full edition of Final Fantasy XIV up until what's called the Final Slayer, End Slayer, something like that. The recent expansion, up until the complete finale of the current story arc.
I have that as well, but I've never played it.
And I have the Elder Scrolls Online complete to current expansion. Endwalker, right, Endwalker. The complete, so I can basically.
Endwalker.
And I brought up to so no other DLC spec. I bought the bundle. They had a bundle that was on sale, so like 50%
that's
bundle.
Interesting. I only bought up to the Black Marsh chapter of ESO and no other DLC or as pack.
No, they had a bundle that was 50% off on Steam, and I went like, why not? And I bought it, and it has been in my library since then, forever, basically. Man, but still, yeah. I want to finish the Final Fantasy XIV story. I will finish it on stream as well. I will absolutely finish it on stream. And then I will buy the new spec, and we'll continue from there. That's basically my plan as of right now. Because I also know
Steam sales are the best in the world.
Steam sales are really the best in the world. I can agree with that.
In itself. Is that considered a AAA studio?
It's my birthday today.
Well, happy birthday, Zaz. I went until before. Happy birthday. Hope you have a nice year ahead of you.
The Elder Scrolls I got is the one free epic kek.
Oh, really? Cool.
Has a AAA publisher behind it now, Bethesda, but a game like Prey, which
Happy
is a
birthday, Ultra.
Happy birthday, Ultra.
personal favorite of mine.
Finally 16.
Nice. Welcome aboard. Well, hope you are enjoying my weird personality, though. It's so weird having like young people on my streams. God, saying young people makes me feel so old. But yeah, I like it feels so weird having like people below like 20 on my stream. It's like on the other hand, I don't really mind because I'm not really like lewdster
Same
or
here,
anything.
bond me for the Epic Games version.
I'm not like a lewd person or anything. I'm not like someone who would like who you can't show on like a kid friendly situation, right? But I'm not exactly not cursing, not like being a weird person or anything like that. I'm a weirdo, I guess, in a way, but not like enough of a weirdo to be 18 plus. I'm kind of in a weird place. But yeah, anyway, Prey was good. I liked Prey. Prey was really good as a game. I like Prey.
Is extremely AAA, but it doesn't have a big name or big size. It's entirely a product of quality. I mean, League of Legends is the biggest game in the world, and all you do is load onto the game map day in and day out, and you break your computer when Yasuo outplays you under the turrets. So this ABC, quality, size, and name building blocks we've created are already falling apart. The shooter games of 2010s with the campaign, multiplayer, and co-op mode isn't a good
Nobody is perfect.
True.
To go by anymore. And we can't just use made by X company anymore either.
Yeah.
I am a look back and I see
She is a beautiful woman.
Ghost of Tsushima and Hades. My top two games for that year. One by Sucker Punch Studios and the other by Supergiant Games. Ghost of Tsushima has all the hallmarks of being AAA. The game carries tons of talent, has a grand scale and quality to match. It is a genuine treat to play and replay. But Sucker Punch Studios is not a group that some of you might even be familiar with.
No.
For some of you I'm a 27-year-old man and I'm about to break into this bit.
You youngsters out there don't realize Sucker Punch Studios made the infamous games. Super underrated titles back in the Xbox 360 era.
If you're doing that as a 27-year-old man, what the fuck am I supposed to do as a 31, nearly 31-year-old man? What the fuck am I supposed to do here? Am I supposed to just stand up and perform the Sandman transformation scene from Spider-Man 2003? Am I supposed to do that? Bricky?
That was the time.
See, Sucker Punch carried a lot of weight back then, their name. Hades, though.
I do really like Infamous series. Infamous series was one of my favorites.
I wanted to play Wild Hearts so bad, but last I heard it more or less died.
It might have. Let me actually check. It more or less died. Wild Hearts. That's a familiar name. That's a familiar ass name. Let me check. Wild Hearts. Yeah. It more or less died. Yeah, it more or less died. It's not really. It's a monster. Yep.
Monster Hunter knockoff.
Yeah, Monster Hunter. Ghost Recon Wildland. Is it? I remember watching Ghost Recon Wildland, and it was a fucking train wreck. Recon Wildland. Unless I'm speaking about a different game. Yeah, that's the game. Oh no, Wildland. No, okay. Wildlands was pretty good. Yeah, Wildlands was pretty good. Okay, now I'm speaking bullshit. That was a later Ghost Recon, the one that actually basically ruined any chances of Ghost Recon being another Ghost Recon being the thing. No, 2017 they were decent. They were still decent. They were still very decent. Okay, Wildlands was good. Okay.
Puts triple A stuff.
That is another one I wanted to play when I saw it had Coop, but then saw they killed it from the game.
That's honestly though. Unfortunately, a lot of the situations with good games recently is that they are largely underappreciated, because people are so overhyping wrong things. The things that have quality but don't have like the big names, the big hype behind them, they just kind of fall on the wayside, right? And don't do anything. Like, okay, just an example, the gacha game I'm playing, Zdorika, no hype. It's one of the best storylines I have played in a long time, but there's no hype behind it. Absolutely no hype behind it. It's effectively not doing anything in my, let me just like Zdorika, right? Let's go into my playlist real quick. Just an example from how little people give a shit about this, right? For example, let me what was this? Zdorika, right? Go into this. Zdorika, Zdorika Mirage, Zdorika Sunset. Fucking chimneys. Apparently, my YouTube really wants me to do that bullshit for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, come on. Fucking come on. Cool. Thank you. Let me, Mirage. Okay. Okay. Let me just show you something real quick. Download. Okay. Fuck off. So what happened is I started it around 3 months ago, I'd say, right? 4 months ago on my Twitch channel, and I started uploading videos on my channel from that were cut from the VODs. There is around 50 videos currently on my Sunset series, which is the first season. But there's so many videos because it's a combination of videos of like shorter form cutting a part of the VODs. Let me just show you, because this was more than about 5 months ago. So I had this setup. And I had a completely different setup, and I was 500 plus something on Twitch back then. Right now I have 725, I want to say, on Twitch. I don't do anything on this, but on Twitch anyway. But yeah, I don't stream on Twitch.
Stream on Twitch?
I streamed on Twitch. Now I only stream on YouTube. But yeah, I did stream on Twitch, and you can see there was a bit of a different setup here. I never really reached 1,000 because I hopped off Twitch before it happened. But yeah, Zdorika, point is, Zdorika as a series doesn't appear to be enjoyed by anyone really. It's one of the least performing games on my channel because nobody knows it, right? Look at this. This is like the big streams. Like I put a lot of effort into these, right? Into the thumbnails, into everything. But like nobody watches these. 92, 56, 51, 41, 73, 51, 31. It's just like nobody watches these. I have a single person who consistently shows up on these. Eggy, like he's the consistent fan who watches these. I'm starting to believe he's all of those. It's like, and then you go here as well. And again, 200. There has been like some not a lot of these cross 100 views at all, like at all whatsoever. See what I mean? It's not a known game. Like out of the entirety of 50 of nearly 50 hours I have of Zdorika on my fucking channel, only
Eki is a legend.
Eggy is a legend, yeah. Only one One, 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 one. 1, 1, 1. Two videos. Two videos cross 100 views. Out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 plus... out of 58. Well, 57. 8 will be this Thursday, but 57 videos, only 2 of them crossed 100 views. Because this game is absolutely fucking unknown, and I imagine the sheer quantity of my content on it is daunting to like get into. So nobody will get into. Nobody will like watch this bullshit, this video. I guarantee you, nobody will. Well, at least until I become like big as a content creator, then maybe people will watch this stuff. But yeah,
Shame.
At some point, good games fall by the wayside, and they continue falling by the wayside. I'm actually
surprised Storica wasn't more well known, since it came from Rayark.
Yeah, I also very surprised why it isn't more known. It is super known in the East, in China, in Japan, and everywhere. But the Western community is dead in a ditch. Like even Reddit, there's barely 20 people online at any moment. 20, 30 people online at any moment on Reddit, on Storica Reddit, compared to Limbus Company when there's like half a thousand. 1,000, like 1,000 and a half, basically. 1,500 people. Or Honkai Impact, 1,000, like something. There's 30 people, barely, on Storica's Reddit. Because it's like nobody plays it on the West for some reason. And it's just like, it's so depressing, right? I'm trying my best to bring it to attention. It's so depressing. It came to such a depressing angle that my stupid ass, that has no popularity whatsoever, is showing up in the Google searches for Storica. Let me just like final distraction here. I want to just show you something. Okay, Mirage, for example. Let me see. It's gonna up. There you are. I didn't say let's play. I didn't type observer. Didn't type anything. Storica Mirage. My face is here. My literal face is here. I'm just here. It's not that I'm so popular and so good and so prominent in community. It's that the game is so not known that that I am already in the Google searches. I'm already here. There I am. Even like, okay, Storica, let's play. Even though that turns into just my face. That just turns into my face. My face. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Why is this here? I don't know. Like, I am so intertwined with everything that every single, like, look at this. You can even see Feet Ashral Nishimoto. That's the person who I am playing with. And Feet Anya Stars. As something, that's the people who I played the game with. That's how bad it's gotten. That's how bad it's gotten. Oh my god. Okay, let me go.
Hits all 3 builds.
Back to Hades, I think that's one of the examples of game that is really good in quality, but also managed to achieve really big awareness from the community. It tickled their funny bone.
Blocks easily with its quality, length, and name recognition. But Supergiant is a tiny-ass studio. How does one call them AAA at the end of the day? Is it the price point? I would have paid $70 for Hades. The amount of hours I put in that game and the quality of it is insane. But it's made by
I never actually played Hades myself, but I kind of want to.
Supergiant.
I'm not exactly, not on stream though, because it's not exactly a type of game I usually play on stream.
Teeny little studio, and it only costs dollar amounts. I don't remember how much it costs. Skater, put that right there, please. But yeah, like indies in general can do stuff better than the big names can. Like Supergiant is a constant reminder that quality is not just budget, but also talent.
Props to Supergiant. I've liked them since Bastion, and they earn all this recognition.
They did. I can say for sure they absolutely went out the door. They earned every single. I tried most of their games until Hades. The Hades is the only game I haven't tried yet, and it's just as good. It's just really good. Just really good, like on mechanical level.
Individual talent from devs. They're putting out games that run flawlessly and can feel like.
That's the thing also. I feel like a lot of people forget that budget does not automatically mean talent, does not automatically mean passion, does not automatically mean quality. When there's $100 million mark, it can be a flop and it can be a bucket of shit. It just can be a $100,000 bucket of shit.
Does someone here watch anime?
That's an interesting question. Honestly. Let me look at myself. Yes, I'm anime. Yes, I watch anime. My entire existence is inspired by anime. Yes, I watch anime.
Like pieces of art. So many people think that like making a video game, being a dev is just plug and play, like just code it this way, just formulate it this way, just balance it this way. And it's like saying, yeah, it's easy to play basketball, just do what LeBron does. Building a game is a skill, and being a dev means that you are good at that skill, but there are devs that are better at skills than others. Supergiant has accumulated.
Yes, and that's also why, again, talent and passion a product make. Not money, talent and passion. Nothing else. If there is no talent or passion, a product will suck, regardless of how much money you throw at it.
This group of devs that are, while small, really fucking good at their jobs.
Yeah.
Owlcat Games. Oh man. Pathfinder and that new Rogue Trader game that I actually got a chance to demo, which was really good. And I think people are going to be really happy with that one.
I have Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous as well. I bought it. I will play it. Again, whenever I have the fucking disk space for it. Like that's the thing. I want to play several RPGs, several massive RPGs. I want to play Baldur's Gate 3. I want to play Wrath of the Righteous, Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. I want to play the new Rogue Trader game. I want to play these kind of things, but I don't have the fucking space for it right now. So I'm waiting for my fucking drive to come in the mail, so I can actually install all of this bullshit and not run out of space after like 30 seconds.
Please, if you wanted to, you'd be on these titles for genuine years with almost no reasons to put them down. Hell, I'm playing this game right now called Moonbreaker by Unknown Worlds, creators of Subnautica. It's a turn-based multiplayer game where you can control little miniatures that you can paint and fight other opponents and their lists.
It's very much inspired by Warhammer 40k, but like if Warhammer 40k was a computer game. Which I'm kind of surprised it isn't. Like not like the inspired by Warhammer 40k, but like the 40k board game. Why has nobody made it a video game yet?
No space, no time, no money. The unholy trinity of gamers' bane.
Yeah, exactly. To be fair though, my space got burned out recently, like a few months ago. I had a drive for 1 terabyte that I could install games on easily, but it burned out basically and exploded in my face. So yeah, that was not fun. Unfortunately, I'm still waiting to replace my drive and upload all the data that was there onto the new one. Basically, yeah.
It's a bit Warhammer Kill Team, a bit XCOM, and a bit Mechanicus, all wrapped into one. Thing is, the voice talent they have is astounding. Over and over, I hear voices I constantly recognize.
Sorry.
Either
Well, I guess that drives you crazy, huh? No, don't worry about it. I appreciate it. I will never shade you for throwing a pun at me because I'm pun gang. I am pun gang. I am a dad. I am a dad in spirit, in mind, and in body.
From games like League and Overwatch, or just, you know,
As a Moonbreaker player, the game is pretty pugs and I also buy the DLC for the color pack.
If I buy the game, Babby, if I buy Moonbreaker, will you teach me the ways? If I buy the game and make a stream on Moonbreaker, will they teach me the ways? Because I do know Bricky made a video about Moonbreaker, and that punted the player numbers up into the sky, into the skyscrapers, compared to what it was before.
Okay.
Cool.
At Mercer, Moonbreaker is an amazing game. Okay, that's probably my subject for my next video, and I'm terrified.
The game is very simple.
He did in fact make a video about the Moonbreaker game.
Terrified. The player count right now is not very high, but oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. But going back from there,
I kind of like how the lore by the game is made by one of the a book writer I actually do like. I like the book writer, Brandon Sanderson, I think. What's his name? Actually, read his books. He's a pretty cool writer. I read his. I watched his videos.
It's just like the Warhammer 40k, but no roll dice check.
Ah, okay, fair enough.
There's the question again, right? What even is a AAA game anymore? All the things that are synonymous with
And The
AAA
Sims
can
4
either
is a funny game.
It is. It is a funny game. You cannot make baby with death with Grim Reaper. You cannot make baby with Grim Reaper.
be done as well or better by a smaller company, or games that used to be considered AAA are plummeting and failing at that very job.
And
So
The Sims
I
4 is a funny game.
ask again for the 40th time this video, what even is a AAA game anymore? Google says it's a game with a big budget, made by a name brand publisher. That's not what it used to be, but that's what it's become. AAA back then meant a type of game.
Yeah, it meant a stamp of quality, effectively. It meant a stamp of quality, stamp of passion, stamp of lots of money thrown onto it, and stamp of lots of interesting people who made this game. And like, this is a game. This is the event. This is the blockbuster for you to play. And that's how what it was once. Now it's something else.
A big studio game with lots of content, great quality, and name brand talent. Now it's a game with lots of money with a good studio. The entire concept of AAA, of AAA quality has changed. It's in a weird way a house of cards. To be a high-profile game made by a big publisher is to submit yourself to the extreme gamble, because to make that, you need a high budget. And that budget isn't exclusively being used on the game. There's a great video on Casper mattresses made by YouTuber Modern MBA, we'll link in the description, which explains the absolutely astonishing amount of money spent on advertising that direct-to-consumer companies often spend. Often, a lot of the Silicon Valley venture capital people, the tech bro is like the new dollar jock at this point. They find themselves in the video game industry seeing either a quick buck or the next major thing to invest in. But investing in America isn't just about getting a little bit more money back. It's never-ending increases in profits. To be profitable isn't enough. If you had 25% more profits one year, the next has to be 35. Being 15 isn't acceptable, despite the fact that you're still making money over your cost. I know I have some fans in the game industry, and I feel like even in the smaller studios, the amount of higher-ups that just have a ton of money, but no idea what making a game is like, is prevalent. The amount of times you are forced under horrible deadlines, terrible working conditions, and God knows what video game company culture, because a whole bunch of dudes.
I remember AAA's meaning got twisted around the time Quantum Break was released.
Yeah. AAA's has not been the same since a lot of earlier games, and definitely I think a large part of why AAA games are so controversial and so weird in terms of like quality, despite the fact that there's been so much money spent, so much stuff, is there's a triple factor involved. First, there's game developers having absolutely no passion for what they do. This is a 5 to 9 job. This is not an art project. This is 5 to 9 job. People can say whatever they want. I'm so passionate, but no, you're not passionate. You're just good at doing your job, or bad at doing your job. It depends. 2, culture. Culture of the company, of the big companies, usually are very sheltered because very isolated. A lot of the tech companies and all of the gaming companies can think they can just install their own rules, and if you don't follow those rules, you can go out, you can just leave, right? Because so it's often unfair, often toxic, often very full of animosity, and it's just so stifling, right? So whatever creativity that is there, it's no longer there. It's not going to be there, because if a person does not enjoy their work environment, if the person does not enjoy their work, no good product shall be made. Nothing groundbreaking anyway. It can be good, can be decent, can be acceptable even, but nothing groundbreaking. Same thing applies to content. Whenever I was miserable making content, people were miserable watching me. Right now, I'm making whatever the fuck I want, so people watch me more. People find me more interesting than they ever did when I was on Twitch, and I tried the variety thing, right? And I tried the variety thing for a while, where I just like basically play whatever the fuck I felt like it, even though I didn't really feel anything I was playing.
From San Francisco with a trust fund their dad gave them is now flushing full your company with capital. And now you got to do what they say. But that number has to keep going up and up and up. So $60 is one thing. Then you release a sequel every single week. Then you add microtransactions to it, loot boxes, a mobile port. You make deadlines smaller so games come out faster. And when all that fails, you fire hundreds of staff to make up the difference and up the price. All of this is not in pursuit of making really good video games.
No.
It's in pursuit of a golden goose. Why would we make Titanfall 3 when we could make a free Battle Royale game that has ridiculously expensive in-game events every single month and still has loot boxes in 2023? And even if we do make a classic, lovely, single-player story...
model?
Yes. This is my only model, because this model has cost me $2,000, and I don't have any more $2,000 to make another one, unfortunately. I do have the options to do this, I guess. But I just prefer being like in my casual wear. I prefer to be in my casual wear at this point, so yeah.
Story game for $70. It will have a deluxe edition, and it will be broken at launch.
It will have a deluxe edition, it will have microtransaction, and it will be broken at launch.
You know, I'm not a console war person. I don't much care, but Sony still finds a way to make games that actually feel like they're worth the cost.
Occasionally, yeah. I think part of it comes down to a really good leadership. A lot of really good leaders.
That is a lot of money.
That is a lot of money, yeah. That's why I haven't updated my model in a long time, because I don't have the money to. I have an artist. I have like a contact with them. I could be able to. I could be making another. I would like to update my model in terms of rigging, in terms of everything, but I don't really have the capital to do so. So.
And turn a profit. God of War, both of them, mind you, are exceptions that prove a rule. They're a look into what AAA gaming used to be. No.
Yep.
Is supposed to be.
Supposed to be, yeah.
In a weird way, I wonder if it's a blessing. If the AAA industry is eating itself alive with unrealistic deadlines, massive CEO bonuses.
It is a blessing, because eventually this bubble will pop, and it will pop. Most bubbles of inflated prices tend to pop, and then there will be a wild, wild west where new publishers will be rising, new game developers will become a reality. A lot of what is currently is, it's kind of like breaking apart slowly, because Blizzard is tanking, Activision is tanking, kind of like a lot of these unrealistic expectations that they set. They will not be met at some point soon, and this is just what's gonna happen.
And poor employee treatment. Will that blend the line between indies and major publishers?
Probably.
I don't see high-profile games sitting with overwhelmingly positive on Steam, okay? Just one.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
It's Outer Wilds, Signalis, Deep Rock Galactic, Stardew Valley, and so on. Indies, or double-A games, whatever you want to call them, are the ones that can be as good, if not better, than anything high-profile, and all they lose is the ability for photorealistic graphics, which is no longer a selling point like it used to be. And
yeah, it's like every single game tries to invest into being like hyper realistic. They spend $1 million on hiring this one actor to do micro expressions about of a person sitting on a toilet and shitting. Like that's not a selling point anymore. That's what everyone does. That's what every big studio does. So a selling point would be a unique look. Gameplay being hyper interesting, story being super interesting. Nobody is interested in being that guy. Okay, there are people who are interested in being that guy when it comes to gaming and being like, oh, look, his shit's so realistic. No, like, there are obviously going to be people like that.
Is Genshin Impact a good game? I never played it.
I never played it either, so I don't know. But I heard it's a good game. I heard it's a very good game. MiHoYo is actually one of the most standout developers of the last 5 years, I would say.
On a slightly irrelevant note, I saw an interesting video on my recommended that you can add to the reaction playlist. Gacha games don't read your feedback survey. Here's why by Faye Hunt.
Interesting. I will, actually, I can say one for sure. One game does read the feedback, because Path to Nowhere, a friend of mine did the feedback of several events, and they actually did implement a lot of things that were popular in those surveys. And they give currency for filling those surveys. And they actually did change the event later to reflect the overwhelming majority of interests people expressed in those surveys. So there are still gacha games that do that do read the feedback surveys, and they do adjust things based on what the feedback says.
Really, what is price worth to you? You specifically, $70, $40, $20. What are you even looking to get out of it? Like
when I pay a $70 game, I want quality, good story, and at the very least, interesting gameplay. Like at the very least, something that ties into the themes of the narrative somehow. That'd be lovely.
For some, it's just hours. $1 per hour of game time, I hear some say. Now, these are often those like me who are so deep in the Destiny grind we forgot what Sunlight is. Maybe it's narrative fulfillment, a strong
narrative fulfillment. That's what I'm looking for.
Story with good characters, a Witcher-style game or a Last of Us. Competition, ranked ladders, skill ceiling, Street Fighters.
Not for me.
CS:GO, or just fun like Mario.
Fun and narrative fulfillment. Two things I look for. I look into games.
Mario Kart or Overcooked. The line between it all is being blurred. Prices fluctuate depending on game. Content fluctuates depending on intention. And AAA is really just a game by a big studio with a big marketing budget. What it really means at this point, it's whatever you make of it. I'm surprised the industry has survived this long. I feel like if it wasn't for a multitude of golden geese, many wouldn't have been able to. But too big to fail is a real thing. Bloons Tower Defense taught me that. And for each Redfall that's put out, there's something there to make the money back. I've always wanted to make a video game, you know, but I don't know anything about making a video game.
I do. It's hell.
I have ideas, concepts, but that's about it. I can't animate, rig, code, or draw. But I do have two things that almost every other startup doesn't. An audience to advertise to and capital to spend. But often people with capital to spend are those exact same Silicon Valley guys that seem like they have no idea what they're doing. So finding a way to not be one of those guys is a little challenging. And it's something I constantly worry about if I ever do want to make a video game. I may in the future. Maybe. If I ever do fulfill that dream, I probably wouldn't do it with investors. I do it with Kickstarter. Owe nobody money, just have a budget, hire a crew, and do my damnedest. And hopefully I can look back at this video and say to myself, glad I wasn't like these guys. But to be back on topic, a AAA game is something with budget and
Honestly, though, I do want to make a video game at some point, if that's even possible for me, because I understand the thing. One thing and one thing only. When you make a video game, you need to delegate a lot of work towards the people who work with you, artists, because artists knows better than you, coders, because coders know better than you. Like, I would please get a, like, try to get a team together, right? Give a concepts to the team and be like, okay, well, what can we do with it, right? That's basically it. I would be the advisor and the Mr. Moneybank.
I want to make an anime.
Making an anime is much. It depends. Making anime is definitely more realistic than making a game, but people tried and they really it didn't work out. So you'll definitely need to like hire a studio that is already existing to make an anime, but on your own, doubt it.
Profile. And in its own right, it does not mean quality. Quality is found for prices other than $70 and by studios that aren't too big to fail. AAA is what you and I make of it. End of story. The old definition is dead and the new one is not satisfactory. So
it is not satisfactory, but it's very accurate. It's just a game made by a big company that has a lot of marketing budget. That's basically it.
Go out, look for those overwhelmingly positive games on Steam, support your local indie devs, and also stop releasing broken fucking video games.
They won't.
Please.
They won't. Unfortunately, they won't. That's just like, that is like, that is unfortunate.
On that note, a lot of people didn't know the difference between designing and programming and placed a lot of blames on coders for design flaws, and it hurts me a bit, as a software engineering major.
Yes, designers are people who basically provide the framework for the coders to implement. That is like a fairly natural statement to make in this situation, I feel like. And it's just like, I don't know, a lot of the people who, how do I say it? A lot of people who try to pretend they know game dev, they often don't know game dev. Let's say it like that. They don't know game dev whatsoever. That's basically it. Man, I will have to cut away a lot of this.
It's like blaming the workers for the architect's fault.
Exactly. It's like workers are there to implement the decision of the designer. That's you have to blame the designer because designer designed it to be bad. Workers only had to implement what was already there and bad. Okay, you know what? Let's take a break a little bit and watch Lilith or Huasha. Lilith or Huasha? Which one should we watch? Which is the next big thing we're watching, guys? Because I wanna be impressed by PGR again. Seems like people actually enjoy. Okay, let's watch Lilith then. Lilith, final boss.
1.
We're gonna watch Lilith. Lilith. By Moteyaba. We're watching Punishing Grey Raven, Lilith final boss plus ending no damage by Moteyaba. Actually don't know anything about this, but I do know the game is, as usual, impressive as fuck. So let's do that. Actually, we're gonna watch both. Why the fuck not? We're gonna watch both. Okay. Let's do the 14p, maybe. If possible, probably not. A lot of my bandwidth has been used for like the for like streaming, so just like 180.
I need to leave now. See you next stream.
See ya, Ultra. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Okay.
この大地と共に生きるつもり。
This
もし
Chinese
共に
server.
生きたいのなら行きましょう。
Can I just say I really love the models of characters the PGR devs implement. They feel very how do I say it? Delicious. That's an appropriate way to say it, right? It's just like it's so just very well. It's like it's not over exaggerated in places. It's just like it's just a right amount of everything. You know what I mean? I mean, you know exactly what I mean when I put it like that.
That's certainly one way to put it, lol.
You know exactly what I mean by putting it like that, don't you? Okay. That's a scene. Okay, let's see. I'm actually curious. There's some build up here. There is some build up here. Interesting. Oh, alpha. Yeah. Okay, alpha. Is it alpha, right? It seems like yeah, it's alpha, right? It's alpha. It's summer alpha. It's the I am vibing alpha.
Yep, delicious is also what I use in my native language to describe that lol.
See? We're on the same vibe. Okay, let me see it. Give me a moment.
Yeah, it's Alpha's new frame. It'll come in February.
Oh, hey, Etherfields. Welcome. Taskaru. 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 This part, just Taskaru. Thank you. Thank you. Never mind. Just continue.
People want playable Lilith really bad.
I can see why. I can certainly see why, honestly. Okay. Okay, before we continue, noting another 100 health bars. I can imagine there is a second phase with more health bars, but did she, wait a second? Did she parry within the thing? Okay. Yeah, she parried right after the attack. There was a parry right after the finishing of the combo. Ha! That's some reflexes. Okay. Yeah, it's alpha. Okay. Okay, so let me. So it was attack. She returned attack. Parry within that, then continue with the thing. Dash and dodge using dash. Dash use dodge another using another dash. Okay. Dodge twice. Let me see. Okay, dodge twice. Dodge one. Attack this. She dodges, going back to teleporting to behind the frame over here. Right, like this. So it doesn't count as damage, does it? Let me see. It doesn't count as damage, so she can dodge. She can easily dodge your attacks like that. Okay, cool. Then she teleports, delivers an instant strike. perfectly dodged here. Return fire. Again, she does the same thing when she dodges. This time the player didn't attack, didn't use the attack because the dodge was already happening, so couldn't deliver bigger bunk here. Okay. Again, dodge again, dodge again. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, so she starts dodging more and more and more as the battle goes, and she does the same thing you do to her, Lilith. So this frame is clearly more mobile. In its this boss battle is clearly more mobile, and it's harder to do damage repeatedly to it. I think patience seems to be a part of something to be had here, because if you just rush in, she will dodge you and fucking maul you to death. Okay, no increase in why her tongue blue? Oh, brother, what a face. I guess she went really hot there. So it's okay. Wait. She goes here, holding slightly. Twice. You need to dodge twice here. Oh my god, that's a honing attack. Okay, no, that's hard to dodge. It's probably gonna trip you up a little bit when you dodge into it. You need to dodge like diagonally, I think, away from it somehow. Okay, I missed something again. Forgive me. Okay, dodge. We're watching PGR right now. Okay, so that's
I'm back. What videos did I miss?
You missed, depending on what, we finished Bricky's video on the AAA games, and now watching PGR video on the boss battle, and I'm being very, very thorough in trying to understand how this works. Okay, okay, attack here, dodge, deliver back an attack by it seems like a return move. It's not like using abilities. He didn't click these. It might be a counter attack.
WB Danny.
It's a counter attack. Now he used the triple dodge. Okay. Parry. Okay. Parry. Attack twice. Go here, attack twice, and then she goes in for a stab, and you need to tap here, attack. So that's parry. Dodge another attack. Nice.
I took a break from building Lego. About halfway done.
That's cool. That's cool. I'm just trying to analyze a fight here that is like super high speed. I need to pause so hard to just understand what the fuck is happening on the screen. Yeah. Need to do this, then do another return fire. That's a special, isn't it? That is a special. That makes you bounce back. Okay, what she did? She threw her umbrella.
Just slow the video down.
That's cool. That's true. She threw her umbrella. Let me see. She threw her umbrella. Look at this. The animation is really good. She like, look at this. She dropped back. Then she spun it up. She threw it upwards. And then she used the kick, and then she kicked it towards you. It's also honing. It's also honing, so it's gonna trip you up. But it's she dodged it, and it returned back to it, so it's just vanished. Then the player proceeds to return some distant slashes, which I know Alpha can do. Okay, she was frozen there for a second. Why is she frozen? Okay, frozen. Again, another homing attack. So this is the same animation where she throws it, but like it's a different result. What she did? It's clearly no damage, so I guess. I think she blocked it here. Look at it. Oh no, she didn't. She's starting an attack here. Special. Yeah, special. Dodge immediately after this from the this dodge. Drop in because she's delivering an attack. There it is. Very wide code. Leg slash. It seems like it. That's what she's doing here. I think that's a powered up move of some sort. Another Uniframe I own. She also has that thing where she like backs out and she needs to hold back the weapon to deliver a big slap of ice down. Seems like it's more direct slash, and she has the second. This person has several seconds to charge it up and deliver the attack, which leaves a trail of slashes. Very anime. Another special. Cool. Okay, what? Oh, okay, that's what happened. So actually getting hit with the umbrella forces you into clash. Yeah, forces into clash. Oh, okay. Okay. She traps you in so you can dodge. Very useful, really good way of utilization of the jumping animation, because it seems like when you jump, you are able to dodge the big slashes, the big wide slashes. Yeah. Either a lot of the blocks and parries are being avoided here because she utilizes the jump up and like grab the sword animation in order to completely avoid the attack. Yeah, again. Same thing again. 6 health bars. Okay, let's see. Okay. Is it like a guesswork? I think it's guesswork mostly here. Okay. Flash. Yeah, okay, it's done. Done. Someone really enjoyed the battle, huh? She really enjoyed all that. I am astonished how high speed and high action these scenes are. It's really like you can really just only barely spot by sound cues some things that happen. Like several times there was a parry within a barrage of like special effects here that I just only noticed because I note the distinct noise of the parry that happened there. It's just like ding, and like, oh, there was a parry there. Okay. That's the only reason I even noticed it to begin with. Okay. Okay. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Liv will be playable character. Learn if I begin. Maybe exposure to game. Lasting impression. The mark. Yeah, certainly did. Kick at the end. You can almost feel it. She fold like a fucking omelette. It's very sad knowing that this alpha one and later will be in 2024. Yeah, Elixir boss battle kind of fire. You got a text. Yeah. The longer the wait, the merrier. Yeah, I kind of am really excited to see these chapters and boss battles come to life in the global server.
Any solo/self-imposed challenge videos of gacha games always scratch a specific kind of itch in my brain.
I feel like it's especially good in gacha games.
What videos next?
I'm gonna watch another PGR video, by the way. The Hosha final boss. Hosha. It's like I feel like this scratches not only an itch, but it also really showcases how impressive of a game Punishing Great Raven is. Because a lot of gacha games, when you do have this thing, a lot of it tends to be my number against their number. It's not really as controlled as it's not really as controlled as as games like PGR, which are very much oriented on your skill level. You can be button mashing a lot of the time in PGR. I already noticed myself, I sometimes button mash because it's very easy to lose track of a lot of variables that happen on the field. Get hit with an attack you didn't see because of the special effects. Get like smashed in the face with a lot of things. It's very easy to get completely obliterated in this game if you do not create a rhythm of how you play it. So next video we're gonna go into will be another Hosha by Motoyaba. Punishing Great Raven.
Hosha is next patch, by the way.
Hosha is the next patch. Okay, cool. So we will go into this battle, right? Next chapter. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm not exactly sure how long it will take for me to get here, because currently I'm on chapter 6, I think. Me and Sol are on chapter 6. So it will probably take us for a while before we actually reach the current threshold of the global storyline. Probably take us a while, but yeah. I'm actually really curious what is the battle, because it's fucking long. It's fucking long. Jesus Christ, it's long. Jesus Christ, it's long. Okay, it's like 10 minutes already. It's like, no, it's like 14 minutes almost.
It's nuts.
Okay. Let's watch it then.
なぜか指揮官殿に会うと少し緊張してしまいます。
Okay. 少し緊張します. Okay. Oh, I like the outfit. I like the outfit so far. Huh? Okay. I noticed all these menus. Is this the way a lot of later chapters look? Or is this like an event thing?
Hey Theo, do you know Armor Core 6? It's the new matcha game from From Software, and the Soy Boy fan is crying cause it's not like any Soul game. The bad review is hilarious.
It's the event page, okay. Soy Boy. I'm all.
This is the event page.
It's actually really funny to me how a lot of people try to put games from certain studios in a box, right? If it doesn't follow the same kind of like things from that box, it's a bad game immediately. And it's just like, oh, cool beans. So Armored Core existed long before fucking long before Souls games. 7th page, okay. So it's a chapter 20. Yeah, you're right. It's gonna come out soon. It's chapter 20. I see. She's also hot. Honestly, I see the more the game progresses, the more distant of the storyline it shows. The furthest in the storyline I see, the more personality the world gains. Like, there's so much personality in these backgrounds, in the way it's presented, in a lot of the arenas that happen later in the game. There's so much personality, and like the personality is just dripping from it.
Some chapters do look different though, mainly fake Ascension and surviving Luke M.
I see. But yeah, like the more I see, like just looking at this is such a vibe. All of this, it feels so desolate and completely obliterated. This is what I imagine when I think a world completely conquered by insane machines. This is what I imagine.
And yeah, the storytelling improves so much. I love it a lot.
The more we proceed, the more intricate the story becomes so far. Like, I just finished the interlude, Lucia's interlude. I mean, you probably were there, actually. I finished Lucia's interlude recently, and it was depressing. It was really depressing, and I think I accidentally unlocked the secret stage by surviving the barrage of blades, because I just dodged in time, and I was like, I guess I need to go there, so I just go there. I wasn't aware that you're supposed to die there, so I didn't die. He has an interesting design, just like in a coffin almost. Okay, so she's in a coffin that has a cockpit of this robot machine corrupted thing. Parry. Parry twice. Parry thrice. Okay, that's a start. Okay. Let me just like, oh, okay, let me see. First of all, music amazing. Music is really good. The robot itself is creepy as fuck. Like, it's supposed to be a shield, I think, but it's kind of like made into a creepy smiling face. So, okay, one attack here, then parry immediately. So he delivered an attack. First attack, and then parry. Attack, parry. Parry. Okay. Attack was basically coupled with a parry. Another slash, slightly staggering the monster because it was in the middle of the animation, I think. And then it like wind up a big wind up here attack. That parry in return also deliver a special in return as well. Though you didn't really make it work here because she like moved to the side here. So the special just kind of whirled into nothingness. Interesting. Yeah, that was a dodge. Final frame dodge. There she there she goes. There she goes. Like let me go away from the from this here for a moment. Like let me where am I? There she is. See it? There she is. There she is on the side. See what I mean? So final second dodge here. Like very final second. Probably barely avoided being clapped in the face. Barely. And almost lost the hit run thing. Attack. Not approach. Dodges into it. Okay. Yeah, dodges into it immediately. Can't really see anything what's happening, but dodges into it. Is it what she Yeah, okay, so that's what happens here. She doesn't activate the slow time immediately. She dodges, then snaps, and it activates. That's an interesting mechanic. Obviously capitalizes on the slow time and being up close and personal to deliver a punishment. Her attacks do surprisingly little damage in comparison to a lot of other boss fights I've seen before. Okay, yeah. Parry. Classic. Okay, goes underwater. So misses the attack because of that. Very active. Very active boss. It doesn't really stay in one place, it seems like. Very tanky though. So it's not only fast, it's also tanky. Oh boy, this is gonna be a headache. Laser. Slow start. Goes immediately upward. Doesn't hone. Doesn't hone more than anything.
This character doesn't slow down on dodge. She just can trigger it manually.
Ah, okay. So that's the trade-off. You can trigger the slowdown manually by using the snap, but you also don't automatically do this during the dodges. Okay, cool. I was wondering why the slowdown didn't start when she dodged the laser beam. So that's why. Okay. The first laser beam one, like the monster. Okay. So she dodges into it. She basically last frame into it. That activates the time. Okay. Sticks to his butt. The laser goes everywhere, but not there. Attack. Parry. Attack. Parry. Special attack. Oh, parries with a special attack. Interesting. Very good timing here. This time the spinny thing actually did hit what it should hit. I noticed this time the spinny thing. This time the spinny thing. Thank you for the subscription. This time the spinny thing really did adjust where it needs to go. Let's see. The previous time it dodged, the thing dodged it. But this time the person who plays the character, she timed it so the spinny thing can do more damage. It didn't really do much damage than objectively she could have did here if there was an over leveling thing, but she did some damage. Yeah, so that's good. Then timed. Timed. Then it's diving underwater here. So that's an animation happening. Immediately triggered the special. Yeah, the trigger of the special. It seems like the timing is appropriate here.
Every time the player parry, I hear a metal pipe fall sound effect.
It is a similar sound, isn't it? It is a similar sound, isn't it? Okay. And then she proceeds to the very perfect timing here. I think this is one of the several replays, possibly. Seems like a replay, honestly. Like this seems like something you played repeatedly to really get down with the timing. Yeah. Though still some small mess ups exist here because you didn't really time the dodge with the special attack. See, a little too greedy, and then the final attack, you're still stuck in the animation, but the final attack, and it's already kind of left. It's like here. She probably should not have done the special attack here. I guess it was worth it. It took solid like half a health to like solid health bar off. But the big bonks did not really deliver here, because the dodge happened. Same laser, dodges and almost messes up here.
Oh, by the way, some bosses have a character-specific animation, like in the Nanami mech fight. I don't know if this one does though.
Maybe this one does, but yeah, look at this. See what I mean? Remember what happened here? This time the laser. Say almost dodged into the laser, but oriented themselves pretty well here, and then did another one past the laser immediately after. Like it takes some reflexes to recover from a mistake like that. I'd say, takes some reflexes to do so. Probably had the controls down to their memory. See. It's a little easier to dodge this laser if you're like up close and personal, because it's like it seems to go over you. Again, laser dodge. Last second dodge. Like let me check. Can't even see her, but like she went somewhere behind the laser. Yeah, behind the laser. And a special that was a meaty parry there. That was a very meaty parry there. That was very elegant. Let me real quickly. I'm gonna slow it down. Fuck. I'm gonna slow it down. What is it? Yeah, what is it? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna let me actually don't first, and then let me speed it down here. I'm gonna turn off the music so you don't like have to listen. Okay, so this one swirls, dodges to the left. Immediately delivers several slashes here. This one is charging. Dodges to the right. Does the special attack. Does the snap of time. Immediately goes to charge again. Almost done. I think that's almost the first phase is done. Okay, good. Okay, so it seems like this is a build animation. I think these are more handy to not dodge but parry somehow, maybe, because she's like running straight ahead at the boss. Oh, it's not a parry or dodge. It's like a mechanic thing. Okay, phase 1 done. Okay, so
parrying typically does more damage.
I see. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, there has to be an incentive to do a parrying move over a dodge move, ultimately, so makes sense. So that's what. Okay, so. More 70 more. Oh fucking hell. Okay, 70 more. So there's gonna be another stage to this part file. Oh my god. Gosh golly. Okay. Snap. Excalibur. Then she backed away. Snap. Oh yeah. Snap. That was a snap somewhere here. Yeah. That was double parry, wasn't it? Parry, winds back, starts the special attack, uses this to parry it as well, judging by the sound, uses this as well to parry it. Okay. Very cool. Another parry in the middle of the combo somehow. In the middle of the combo, yeah. Also using the super epic anime slashes that go like waves beyond the initial contact with like slashing at air, and it's somehow working. It's so anime, but works. It's such an anime move, but it works somehow. Not exactly sure how, but yeah. Thank you for the subscription, Bungo. Apparently it says it right now. Okay, 7 subscribers until 400. Only 7. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, let's continue. Okay, yeah. Watch this. Parry. Go up close and personal. Excalibur. What was that? Excalibur. Okay. Is that like a parry? It seems like a different parry. It did damage, so it's clearly a parry, maybe. Legion of Purple. It's the same animation. The most important, I think, it's now slightly holding though. Yeah, it's holding now. Another parry uses the special attack. Another parry in the middle of the combination. Excalibur 3.0. That was a meaty parry there. That was a meaty parry. A stab here. Okay, yeah. Parry. That basically staggered. On top of the stagger, they utilizes the time stop snap to further destabilize the boss and attack recovered surprisingly quickly though. Interesting sound for that, but it's a different sound for that parry. It's almost like a siren instead of the usual pipe. Instead of the usual pipe, it's like a siren. Another activation ability. Use Excalibur. That was a very risky move here. Okay, so here, immediately dodge. You need to immediately dodge after this. Oh, really?
Oh,
okay.
By the way, when there is 2 lines circling in the dodge button, that means the slowdown is ready.
Okay, cool. That's what it means. Yeah, okay, I see it. I see the 2 purple lines there. Okay, she used Excalibur, she dodged. she immediately used the slowdown, the snap here as well, and then return back. She already built up a few more of those things. She doesn't use the special ability, even though she already built that up. It's probably gonna go into complete nothingness because the animation for the special move takes a little bit to execute. That laser, go up close and personal. That's a very standard thing to do. It seems like stick to the tail. Okay. What was that? Okay. What was that? Okay. Okay. So it's just basically pushing out of the way. Okay. Cool. Okay. So the robot is off. Okay, so you need to... You can parry those, apparently. Cool. Can you parry those? Yeah, you can parry those. Okay, cool, cool. And then you go, and then you jump into speeding up the style. Seems like this is a precise dodge moment. Yeah. Boom. And then you need to... Where do you need to dodge? You need to dodge like directly frame... Picture perfect downward. She already has the slow go. Okay. Interrupted the. Why the slowdown now? Why the slowdown now? What was that for? Bug! Thank you for the subscription. Okay, what is this? Okay, here. Excalibur, immediately after Excalibur, in the air to start the slowdown. It doesn't slow the animation of the boss, but I think it provides the increase of power for the combo here to return the attack back. For this slash. Use Excalibur to parry. That's strong. Use Excalibur to parry. Rip. But we have 10 more minutes. We have about 7 more minutes in this, so yeah, that seems a little more... I think that seemed a little more in reach. Okay, so they also fake it out. Okay, cool. Okay, what happened next? I'm curious. What the fuck is this? Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse. Oh. Okay. Bianca. It's Bianca. Okay.
I know what that is, and it's not good.
Okay. Oh wow, we're riding on the waves now. Okay, so this is a special kind of boss fight where you're like running around on the surfboarding. Okay. I'm specifically not activating like subtitles for even though there's subtitles here because I want to know the experience of the story myself. I don't want to know the context here. Okay. Doesn't seem like it's a direct boss battle with the like health bar and everything. You can just prevent these people, these things from reaching the big bad thing. Okay. Didn't expect this game to turn into a snowboard racing game, but sure. The water animation's insane. Okay. Okay, so you need to avoid those. Cool. So far doesn't seem to be like a conventional boss battle, but it's clearly a second part of this. Okay. This is more of a puzzle fight. Okay. So what happened here? You need to hold and release to attack all three, and then or dodge or parry with these. Okay, cool. Okay. Seems like rushing using these kits, the board actually drains your stamina, which is interesting. Like the dodge meter. So standing in one place, so recharging your dodge thing. Recharging your dodge means carrying and recharging your dodge. Okay, cool. Okay. So it's just one health bar, but it's just like very, at least for phase one, it's just one health bar with very interesting mechanics of dodging and parrying and everything. It's like a fat puzzle almost. I am very interested to know the context of this entire situation. I am very interested. Apparently it's called Chico. No, barely dodging. Okay, so these things are creative again. I kind of don't like how this seems like two people fused forcefully together. It's really super creepy. The black arms are someone else's arms, and the white arms are wrapped around the head, like fusing the white-haired person into the pink-haired person. So yeah, so it's a bit body horror in it. Can't really comment much on the intricacies of the battle here because it's like very telegraphed. But it seems to be harder to execute, maybe.
I think I know what it is, but I'm really curious as to how it got to this.
Yeah, I'm also really curious. So yeah, I'm very excited to see where the story goes, because so far the story is relatively grounded. Let's be real. It's like relatively grounded. It doesn't really hold as much balls to the wall situations as it potentially could have, right? But yeah, I am actually really curious. Okay. Okay, phase 1 done. Maybe? No, it's like completely done. Oh wow, it's a bullet hell section. Well, that's a new thing. A very slight bullet hell section. Doesn't appear to be too difficult. Music is good though. Okay. Yeah, it's all over. It's Jover. And the cinematic is over. Okay. 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 There's definitely a lot of context I'm missing here. Like, I'm missing so much context here. I can't even imagine. Ha. What video actually?
What video are we reacting to next?
I'm not sure actually. That was cool though. That was really cool. That was really cool. Huh. I kind of want to watch another one just to enjoy kind of want to watch another one just in case. Devourer.
Another video I'd recommend is about the Miniatur Wunderland in Germany. Pretty impressive what they did.
Okay, sure. Miniatur Wonderland in Germany. Let me see. I'm adding the
Any Ark Knights fan video?
largest model railway. Okay, I'll watch this. I'll watch this. Save this into reaction playlist. Yes, there you go. And then look up what exactly? Fallen Star teaser. Okay. Falling Star teaser. Teaser or trailer? Which one? There's teaser and there's trailer. Which one is better? Because trailer is 2 minutes. Teaser is just half a minute. Either one. Let's just add this one.
Either one.
Okay, let's watch the 2 minute one. Okay. Okay. Let's reload this. Okay. Let's get this one out of the way real quickly. Okay, so it's official punishing greater than. I should actually.
For 10 years now.
What is this? I should actually subscribe. Subscribe. Okay, 180. Fallen Stars
chapter 9, by the way.
Chapter 9. Okay. I'm not that far away from it, actually. I'm not that far away from it. I'm on chapter 6 now. It should take us like 2 or 3 streams to get there. Okay, so this is Fallen Star trailer, Punishing Greater Event, chapter 9. Oh, okay. We're finally going to meet again. Selena, okay. Ooh. I have her, by the way. I have her.
Cat orange whistling.
She is like the biggest exception to not too thick rule, I think, in the entire game. I feel like she absorbed the entire thickness of every other character into herself. Cleaning it after all. Okay. Forsaken. Ooh. Okay, so let's see what units, what frames are introduced in this one. Watanabe Astral, okay. Adia Brilliance, yeah, that's her. I have her. Blue Training. Skyline Trial, okay, Watanabe. Hey, Frederick.
Hi, Jack.
We are not gaming today.
How is the game going?
We are not gaming today. It's a reaction stream. It's what's his face?
Hi, Vaughn.
What's his face? I don't remember. Spring Breeze. Okay.
Or
White Violet Priestess. Alpha. I still don't have Alpha though. Okay. Cool. I like this. Let me finish watching just in case. No, it's cool. So this is cool. Alright, what the fuck am I doing there? I have the new guy too. I recently rolled for the new guy with the glasses. I got him as well, twice in a single roll. I got him twice in a single roll. That happened. I know it's guaranteed to have a uniframe in 10 pull. I know it's guaranteed, but I got 2 uniframes in 10 pull. So my gacha luck continues to be interesting occasionally. It's like, yeah, sure. 11 years ago. That's a long ass vid. That's a long ass ago. Yeah. Okay, next one. What's the next one we're watching? Something smaller, like maybe something a little bigger this time around. So what do you guys want? What are you guys feeling? You feeling MMO opinion? You feeling Jontron or Baldur's Gate? Which one should we watch? Requiem and Prashanya. Okay.
There's a more recent one about 3 years ago.
Can you listen to Arknight's song Requiem and Prashanya? Okay, let me see. Arknight's Requiem.
I like Jontron.
Requiem.
Oh.
Okay. Prashanya. Prashanya. Okay. Ah, fuck. Sure, we could listen to these songs. Reaction video playlist. Reaction video playlist. You probably just you probably just confirmed the fact that I'm Russian. By the way, here, because I just needed to like change the change my keyboard just to write in Russian. It's like it's kind of weird to yeah, it's probably weird to realize. Yeah, it's like okay, Requiem. First we're gonna listen to Requiem.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, I figured, you know, most are your order, sir. An espresso depresso, please, extra bitter, right away. That will be 18 origin. Ah, yes, the usual chapters.
So yeah, chapter 9 is when you meet Selena, who is one of the most popular character in the game, and has one of the best stories.
Okay, cool. Okay, let's enjoy music by Yostar and Studio Montagne, both Requiem and Prashanya. Why am I saying it with accent? Prashanya. Both Requiem and Prashanya. Okay. First, gonna listen to Requiem. Arknights, Studio Montagne. Let's see. Let me. Requiem lead vocals Serge Liberovsky. Okay. Serge Liberovsky. Okay.
Это была, когда улыбался только мертвый спокойствию рад, а то, что случилось, пусть черные сукна покроют, и пусть унесут фонари ночь.
Interesting structure. Interesting structure. Very non-rhythmical in how it's like presented. Unisud. Okay, no, it's like фонари ночь. Не очень. Interesting here. Interesting how it's like yeah, I know. I will like I will pause it in comparison.
You were a little quiet compared to the video.
Thank you for saying that, by the way. Hopefully it's not been a problem other times because I did pause a lot. I'm a Mr. Pause a lot recently. Let me raise him a little bit, let myself a little bit. Okay. Okay, let's not this. It's like very rhythmical, like a very like flowing. There's a flow to it.
Up, +1. Thumbs up.
Пусть черные сукна покроют.
I didn't mention earlier because I thought the previous video was just a little load.
A little load, okay. Пусть черные покроют. Okay, I get it. This is like a very, very flowing kind of wave. And then it's like goes down here, and then it's like goes up next. Очень low voice, very playing with lower voice, higher voice, lower voice, higher voice, very wavy, like a. How do I say it? How do I explain it? I don't really know much about.
Is the pronunciation good?
Pronunciation is specifically warped here to fit the waves. You can effectively say it a lot of ways, like for fanari or like fanari, depending on how you go with like how you really want to sound, right? Here, it's like that's how it's. Notch, очень правильно, очень правильно, very good, but it's like it's very.
Music theory to us now downcast face with sweat.
Talk music theory to us. I mean, I know a little bit, but I don't know enough to be professionally opinionated about it. It's just like what I feel about it. I like this. Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. See what I mean though? The wavy structure. It's like wave back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But like at the start here, it's like very slow. But then it increases. See? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Должна, немножко, a little accent here. Должна. That's how it usually sounds. Not je. That's the sound here, I think. But it's fair. It's like so far it has not been like super accented or anything. I feel like it's very fair. Должна. See what I mean though? It uses je, which it shouldn't. Должна. It's usually like you put more.
Nothing wrong with a little music. Then again, I am a musician. Reminds me slightly of French, the way he pronounces it.
Yeah, it does remind. It does have a certain leading of French into it. That's definitely true. Sorry, I got distracted by my cat. It just kind of opened my door and I decided to meow at me earlier. So yeah, I was just like, okay. See, that's why it also sounds kind of awkward here. Должна я. See what I mean? There's need to be ya here. Должна я вступить победу. It's kind of like that, but it's just like it's very non. How do I say it? You need to be a little more forceful with the je.
Kissing cat.
You need to be a bit more forceful with the je here. Okay. See what I mean? the very specific Russian sounds are very hard to pronounce unless your tongue is very is used to those sounds. It's not sh, it's not prislushivayas, it's prislushivayas, like this, prislushivayas, like sh. See what I mean? Sh. There's a sh. It's not exactly the. It's the, but sh
it's
is
the th in English.
It's not. Yeah, there's no other language that uses the word the sh
I
sound.
don't know any other language that uses it.
Yeah, there's no other language that uses the sh, like ash, sh. Also, there's another unique one called. Oh yeah, you're right. But yeah, it's just like we have a lot of
I
really.
meant it's similar in the way it is unique to the language.
Yeah, true. Very, very true. But yeah, it's just like. That's why people are struggling sometimes to pronounce our language, because these letters exist in it, and it's very hard to pronounce. Because it's like it's so multi-sided and very. Doljna. See what I mean? Doljna. That's what he did. Doljna. Dol. Not dol. Dol. Doljna.
That gargle khhh sound just now sounded just like me learning German for the first time.
It's a letter here. It's a letter. It's like surprisingly hard to pronounce, but it's a letter. Хорошо. See? Хорошо. Хорваты. Холодец.
Wait, really?
Yes. Холодец. It's a letter here. It's like X. It's the way it's written the same way X is written in English. It's basically it's like the same way that the normal sounds are very easily readable. It's
because in Vietnamese there are the thing like it too. THKH and the H.
Yeah. We have different. No.
I thought X was pronounced like the Greek G.
No. It is he. Ha. That's how we write the. It's basically pronounced like the word H, but like in a weird way. It's like a different pronunciation of H from English. It's like it's hard to explain in English, honestly. I'm not like a language teacher, so it's hard to explain. Okay. See what I mean? Sh. Sh is turned into sh most often. That's why, and that messes up the entire word. Yeah, see what I mean? You need to like Прислушиваясь, sh. Not sh. Прислушиваясь. It's like someone trying to pronounce like sh is a different it's a different letter. Sh is a different letter to sh.
It changed from the reaction stream to linguistic exchange, rolling on the floor, laughing.
I mean, it's fun. It's fun, isn't it? It's fun, isn't it? I'm not like a great singer, by the way, so I'm just trying to imitate how it sounds, and it probably sounds bad, but I just need to like really establish the rhythm here. So, like for example, sh, the way sh sounds.
Thinking face.
It's a completely different letter that also exists. We have a sh letter, we have a sh letter, we have a sh letter, and those two are completely different letters. what he does here, what this singer does, he does the sh instead of sh, which is incorrect. I know I don't mean to be grammar police here, but it really kind of like messes up the word. Уже, see what I mean? Уже. Уже. That very much throws off the entire rhythm of the song a little bit, but it also, it's not bad. It's not like, it doesn't sound bad. It's like чужому. I can already see the video. Чужому. Usually. Okay, чужому. Okay.
И только пыльные цветы.
Цветы. I'm not sure I agree with this creative use of throwing off the цветы. Цветы. Usually that's how you pronounce it. Not sure how you would incorporate the lyrics here easily though. I feel like this was written by someone who doesn't know Russian language, specifically the specifics of Russian language, and it was basically like translated from English to Russian. So the singer had to like just work with what he had. Цветы. Цветы.
И звон кадильный, и следы куда-то в никуда.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, that's like most of it is structurally correct. It's like.
Oh, on the topic of music, look up PGR Ascending. Do the acoustic version. The lyric videos have spoilers. It's from chapter 17, which is widely regarded as the best chapter.
Oh, really? Interesting. But yeah, look at this. Most of the song is. Okay, let me see. Yeah, it's interesting how it sounds. Глаза глядит. Глаза глядит. Глаза глядит.
В глаза глядит.
It's correct, but also sounds kind of weird. Oh my god, it sounds a little weird, just a little bit. Yeah, good.
Theo, gonna go to bed now.
Good night, Danny. I'm gonna be probably stopping after a little bit here. But yeah, good night. Thank you for joining me again.
И скоро гибелью грозит огромная
звезда. Yeah. Also, the entire structure is very wavy. Again, it's side by side to side, side to side, side to side. It's like the way I imagine it in my brain is that the person who's singing. To be fair, a lot of the.
So it sounds like a really proficient non-native speaker follows all the rules, but not the rhythm.
Some rules are broken to fit the rhythm of this particular songs. Like some how to say it, some inflations sound really odd in the way they're pronounced. it's like it threatens to become a different word at this point because of how different the pronunciation is. But largely, the song is very understood, and it's very understandable if you creatively bend certain rules to apply the flowing slight side to side, side to side, side to side.
Question: every Russian voice is that deep, or it's just the singer choice?
It's a singer choice. There's various ways people can sing. I can my most comfortable range of like singing right now is this kind of thing. This kind of like I go here, like I'll go into bass territory a little bit. That is like the most comfortable for me. But there are other people who are much like higher into intonations. It's like it depends. It really depends. A lot of pop singers are obviously much higher. Like they use the head voice. Maybe I'm not like familiar with the voices specific. It's like it's really depends on the way your voice is.
I don't think just speaking Russian makes your voice deeper. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, head voice. Okay, yeah, you are correct. You are correct. You're correct.
Head voice.
Just speaking Russian does not make your voice automatically deeper. That's not how it works. It works. They ate some of it, some of the aya here. See, Velika Yarika. They ate it, all of it. It's not Velikaya, Velika. Ya is not present. It's correct. It's just something the subtitles got wrong. It's like an old Russian way of saying Velika, saying great river. Like a lot of its inflation remind me a lot of the old Russian way of speaking. Not like fairy tale language, basically, like old folk tale language kind of way. I might be speaking bullshit, by the way, here. It's just how I feel about it, by the way. Again, very side by side. Okay. Yeah. Again, same issue here. Already explained it. I like this though. This is cool, honestly. The fact that this was just produced by Arcadites themselves. This is just really cool. This is just really cool that they managed to get it pretty much right. It's like fairy tale language almost. It's really interesting.
Like Shakespeare? Where art thou, dear Horatio?
Something like that, actually. It's like let me give you a demonstration.
It was a good song.
It was a good song, yeah. И пришли они, и достали они лопату, и что, or like that, or like. But the old Russian songs, they sound very, the old Russian, like how way of pronouncing things.
There are another Russian song too, Arknight's EP Lullaby.
Oh, cool. But yeah, I'm gonna listen to Prashanya next, but for now, let's just like, also see? She. That's how shit looks like. Prashanya. Prashanya. See? And it's just like, how do I explain it? Уже они пришли. Уж пришли они. See the difference? Like the first one, уже они пришли. That's just normal Russian. Уж пришли они. It's like the almost like a уж See, уж пришли они. It's like you have to say it with a pizzazz kind of thing. And there's like a lot of really weird pronunciations within this. In how you oldie language pronounce things.
Face.
Also, let me go grab tea real quick because my throat is dying right now. I'm gonna be right back real quickly with tea. I love how this quickly turned into a language exchange, but I also am showing a little bit of singing thing knowledge. Apparently, growing around singing. A lot of singing people kind of taught me a lot of things, apparently, so that happened.
It's about tea time anyway. I joined a language group recently, so it is on the brain.
I return. It's on the brain? Interesting. Okay, well, I'm back. I am back. Okay, let's watch the next one.
WB.
Thank you. Okay, so this was Arknight ZP. Прощение. I want to say LAG are both this and Requiem truly fit the age of regret. These two, Patriot and Helgar, had. Interesting. Oh, nice. Russian person. Приятно, да. Okay. We are going to be watching now the Прощание by Arknight's AP on Arknight's AP. Okay. So this one seems to be another ballad because I think people really like listening to Russian in a ballad form, maybe? Fuck off. Okay, Monster Siren, Parashanya. Okay. Ignore me, I have like some, I have chocolate. Ooh, this guy. I think I know who this guy is. Same singer. Can immediately say same singer. Similar voice tones, and also similar misunderstanding of occasionally weird pronunciation of je. It's the same singer, isn't it? Okay. I can immediately recognize the singer by.
After watching Zepla HQ,
this is another copy pasta. Welcome, Laz Bragan.
Savix, Matsui Zikai, Esmungold, Dado FFX of YouTube's videos. YouTube's recommended me your streams.
Thank you. Is that a good thing at this point? I don't know. That's like the fourth time I think had happened to me in the last like 2 months. The fourth person who sent me this. Well, welcome if you're gonna stay. I'm the Observer. I'm not Zepla. I'm not Asmongold, but I'm a cringe anime boy. So that's something, isn't it?
Damn! Shout out to Zepla HQ, Mtaki Capture, Arthars, Savix, Matsui Zikai, Esmungold, Dado FFXiv.
Damn. God damn it. Shout them out. Shout out to them. Yeah, sure. That's fair. Shout them out. Five subscribers till 400. I have 5 people till 400. Only 5. Jesus Christ. Okay. I might actually release my cover to a public of already 400 people more. That'd be lovely. Okay, let me.
I hope I'm not being rude here, but I think that was a bot. I've been seeing the exact same messages on other channels' streams too.
It's probably a bot, yeah. Let me re-listen because I kind of missed it because I was opening my chocolate. I see. Эти часы побиты. Okay.
Wait, Dado, do Final Fantasy content too? I thought you just only do Destiny content.
Wait, Dato do Final Fantasy 14 content too? I thought he only did Destiny content. I think he does Final Fantasy occasionally. Maybe. I don't know. It's like interesting how they utilize the same wavy kind of mechanic here. What is this? A game wavy structure of things. See what I mean? Very much. It goes to. It's like what's the word? It's like a guillotine almost, like going side to side, and then it effectively utilized the same slow singing technique that probably will go faster in the chorus whenever that happens. Ugh! Thank you for the subscription.
archaic? I call it linguistic diff.
Linguistic diff, definitely. I have too much of a gamer of the brain at this point. I call the technique used in singing as a mechanic. Swear to God. Oh, different. Je. It's so irritating me. It's irritating me so much. Жатва. Солдат. It's definitely not a Russian person. Definitely not a Russian person. Or at least someone with Russian descent that has not grown in Russia. Not a single Russian person I ever heard pronounce it like that. Beysa soldat is like it's clear accent here. Beysa.
Etuilosapeli, I think it is just a copy pasta.
It is probably just a copy pasta though. It's not I don't think I'm cool enough to have bots. Don't think I'm cool enough to have bots. Yeah. If you want to like pronounce it correctly, it'd be like Beysa soldat седой усталый. See what I mean? You need to like force it. Yeah, force those letters and force it out. And it's like Beysa, ni Beysa soldat. It's like it's very too soft. You need to be more solid. You know, to be like Beysa soldat, like that. Приходит. Okay, maybe Ukrainian. He pronounced as he is often more Ukrainian kind of thing, or like a more it's a very specific accent. He pronounced as he. Interesting. Взгляд. See what I mean? Взгляд. Almost all L's, specific to the conversation, L's, all L's. You know what I mean, though. Almost all L's have almost like a softer tonation end on them in this pronunciation. Взгляд. Even though it's supposed to be взгляд. Like this, la, not lia, la. Again, I'm doing it badly because I'm not a good singer, but still, lia, like, you know, it's not lia. You're not saying it like a bad word, because that's more like sounds like when you pronounce blia, blia. That's you say it's взгляд, not blia.
Под рукой предрекает мою судьбу. Война, отпущена Макс родная.
Interesting translation. Whom does it benefit? It doesn't really say that. Кому же она мать родная? It's like if you want to translate it perfectly, it's like who's. It's almost like asking who is born by the war. It's not like much. It's not like much benefit as much as like who was born. Whose mother is it? Like who does it? Who was born for it? Basically, that's the thing. It seems more like this one was Russian initially, which is interesting. Rybionka. Yeah. Rybionka. It's absolutely accent. Лучше, чем тысячи шрамов, улыбка ребенка. Ребенка, not ребенка.
Лучше, чем тысяча шрамов, улыбка ребенка, но я рожден солдатом.
Mm-hmm. See what I mean, no? If you know where to listen, specifically here, it becomes very obvious where the strange pronunciation is coming from. Like, where is the specifically strange part? Sal. See? It's very specific way you have to say it. They don't. They don't do that. Just to quickly explain why the vyot, it's not how the letter yo is pronounced, but it's like almost the singer is almost singing it like perfectly singing the sounds he thinks the letter makes. Zavyot, vyo. No, it's not vyot, zavyot. It's just zavyot. On vlichot, zavyot. Не завьет, не влечет, а завьет. Зовет. Влечет. Северин?
Где-то здесь, под ногами, лед под кожей, завьет меня.
Завьет меня. Typo. Но меч предрекает в руке. It's supposed to be в руке. Here. Но здесь только меч предрекает мою судьбу. Oversight. Slight oversight. Slight typo there. Arknights. Typo. Но меч в руке. The English was correct. Russian was not. It's kind of funny. Okay. I'm not like shading them. It's just funny. Okay, it's like basic language. Vybral. Not vybral. That sounds very Swedish. Don't sound Swedish for real. That's a wrong northern country. I may sound like I'm making fun of the song, by the way, but I do like it. It's like very strong vibes. Strong vibes. Plus, I don't really have any context and story here, so I'm like vibing here. Cool. Interesting now. I definitely didn't expect I didn't expect them to pull off Russian pretty well, though.
I watched a show recently with exactly one character who speaks Russian. The VA is a very good, but imperfect Russian speaker, so all the words are right, but the pronunciation is off. The funny bit is that one character speaks English in the Russian dub.
Interesting. Yeah.
So, you see it from both angles.
Yeah, it definitely is interesting. The speaker is definitely not native. I can say for sure. I can spot it from a mile away that this is not a native speaker singing. I can surge. Maybe someone from like they might be a Slav, definitely, judging by the surge. Maybe they have like Slavic roots, and they were grown somewhere else. But it's not something you can. These kind of pronunciation things is not something you can hear from a native speaker. Ultimately, so that's what kind of tipped me off in other ways. And I didn't expect to be.
So the context of the song, this the theme song of Heliger.
Heliger.
He is the ex-soldier and tired of war, so he just chill now.
Okay, cool. I mean, that makes sense. It's someone who's tired from war, someone who's always been fighting, and there's like this somber tune of someone who's like trying to break free of his past. In a way that was a beautiful song. I just got stuck in like several other.
It's a nice song.
The art is amazing too. Yeah, I do agree on that. I think I'm gonna. If you have any other songs, I want.
The art fit with it.
Yeah, the art is amazing. If you have any other songs that you want me to react to, I'll add them. But for now, we will go into
now to the Arknight's EP Lullaby.
Lullaby. Okay, yeah. You know what? Sure. Let's listen to the final one. What you enjoy me talking about it from a perspective of language? Because I'm going to be most likely I'm going to be having this as a separate video. Not surprised that he reacted to it, Marco Midbow. Not surprised he reacted to it whatsoever. He likes.
Yeah, it was very interesting.
I don't have much to say when it comes to the language, the music side, because I'm not a singer. I'm not even like a trained singer or anything. It's just what I feel about it. So far, those two songs employed a very clear utilization of wavy technique.
Bro was fast to the Arknight song trend.
Yeah, he was. Marco is a professional singer, unlike me. He's an opera singer, which is like, I can't really say nearly as much as he does. I can't really feel it as much as he does, because I'm not really like, this is not what I do for a living at all. So I just comment on things that I can comment, and I comment on musical part whenever I feel like it. Something I can say about the previous songs so far is that the both utilize very heavily the acoustic guitar, which is one of the I think one of the more cliche ways to represent Slavic music. It has been heavily featured in the in Metro series. It has been very heavily featured in a lot of other in Stalker series. The reason why it's so featured is that I think acoustic guitar is very easy to implement. It's a very minimalistic style of song. It's a very minimalistic way to create a song, and it's like you can create many tones with acoustic guitar that are very easy to set the mood to. The music there is to prop up the voice itself. The voice itself is the main show basically in these kind of folk songs. The guitar is just there as an accompanying piece. Like in full bands music, often you hear the voice being the accompanying piece to the big overarching musical structure of the instruments, the drums, the guitars, everything just kind of flows into one. The minimalistic piece from acoustic guitars usually are just like ways for you to sing. Usually standard way, I imagine when you are sitting around the campfire. It's like late in the evening or somewhere, and there's like a campfire in front of you. There's people surrounding, the shadows falling on the ground, and someone's playing acoustic guitar and sings. That's like the most cozy, I want to say, genre of music you can potentially imagine. It's like not hype in any capacity. You don't dance to it. You don't like vibe to it all that much. You just sit there and listen and contemplate. That is like the general mood, I think, in a lot of ways, in a lot of that music. But let's listen to the lullaby to next. Different musical structure, not acoustic guitar. Younger bold. That one's a native. It's a literal lullaby. It's a literal lullaby. See? Видишь ли ты? Во сне видишь ли ты? Very this is how native sounds. A lot of the awkward sounds are not present. See, even though she sounds much softer, even her voice sounds much softer, she actually puts like lots of emphasis on the right letters here. And it sounds more natural that way. It's like very even like the awkward you can do this with like specific words and specific way you need to do it in a song, so it sounds very natural. This is very different from the previous songs. Very different, actually, like super different. There's no wave. You see, it's much more high. It's much more flow forward. There's no not a lot of vowels that are being like stretched. How it was in the first two songs, especially during the verses. There is none of that here. It's just like it's all forward. It's all paces forward. It's almost like a bunny. The way I imagine it's like a bunny hopping, right? It's like no. It's like kind of like that. Okay. Unlike they reversed the structure a little bit during the verses. It's where the faster bits are happening, right? The faster bits, like the. But then when the chorus came, there's like it feels like someone is. It feels like a lullaby. It feels like a lullaby. It's how it's sung. It feels like a lullaby. It's like someone is babying a person as they're falling asleep, and it's just like this motion of holding a baby and like moving side to side. Like this is the same, similar waves, but not like the same. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? I feel like that makes sense. Slightly rocky, a rocky vibe here, like pulsating rocky vibe. There's like a feeling of rising. I wouldn't fall asleep to that one. The vibe is good of the lullaby, but I wouldn't fall asleep to that one. It's just like I want to like, oh, it's like hyping me up a little bit for some reason. It's like hyping me up through.
Song before is not the local.
Interesting, because two boys above is from a local Ursus Russian, while 3 other characters from two songs become is not the local. It might have been specific. It might have been very very specifically chosen to not be native and have this accent to represent the fact that they're not native to the quote-unquote Russia. So it might be interesting that way, but this is definitely native singing. This is definitely native singing. So I'm not. It could as well be a, how do I say it, a specific choice by them. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It's the wind, guys. It's the wind. This is like this is the NPCs, the gaming NPCs decided to write a lyric for a song. So maybe it was the wind. It's like dead body like flies off the wall, stabbed in the chest, and lands on the ground. I'm sure it's the wind. It's the wind. It's totally the wind. Maybe it's the wind. Sorry, it's a dumb joke. Valchok, I wouldn't say a baby wolf. It's just like it could be a baby wolf, but Valchok usually is used as like a cutified word wolf. It's like a cutesy version of wolf. It's like Valchok, a Valchok. You question za Valchok. It's just like Bachok, Valchok, chok. That's basically how it like it's not specifically baby back. Bachok is it's saying it's just my back, but it's not baby back. It's just back, but it's like a cutified version. So I wouldn't. Plus, baby wolves are not that dangerous anyway. Yeah, I like this. implements like a very chaotic way of singing. All three songs implemented very chaotic ways of singing in how they are presented, and that's exactly how they are usually sung in Russian. People take lots of liberties when it comes to pronunciation and emphasis on certain letters, and it's usually okay. Like even here, there's few things that is just like very you wouldn't talk like that normally. Basically, you wouldn't say the same words the same way normally outside of the song, right? Several cases, but it still sounds good, so nobody cares. It's like the rules are bent in a very pleasant way. Let's say it like that, and it's very
Talk about Wolf. There are another Ursus operator named Pazinka. Her song isn't sang in Russian, but it's pretty good.
Russian, okay, but it's pretty good. Okay. I love how they went this. I love how they went with this. You skinny bayou. That the way they was. Again, I'm just doing this. Like anyone who listens to this and cringes, sorry. I'm just paid I'm specifically just seeing like how they do it in my brain. This repeated sound basically, which is very which works here. Surprisingly, the most hype song so far was the lullaby. Interesting. It's a very foreboding song for some reason. Like the words are comforting on their own, but the vibe is super. How do I say it? The vibe is super unsettling. Like it's like false peace that is slowly unraveling in the background somewhere. Like it's like, please sleep, but it's like in the most aggressive way possible. Kind of like it's not a song I would sleep to. It's like it's not sleep worthy. Like it doesn't seem to me like you would be able to sleep to this. That's what I can say for sure. In a way, I guess that makes sense because the art itself is very unsettling in how it's presented as well. It's not a quiet bed. It's not a quiet place. It's very it's desolate.
Like a menacing lullaby?
Like a menacing lullaby, yeah. It's weirdly menacing. It isn't menacing in words. It isn't menacing in intent, but it's definitely the combination of the desolate, ruined place combined with the fact that the song rises in intensity slowly as it goes along, indicates that not all is quiet and not all is like so peaceful. The underlying peace is kind of like disturbed by something else that is like slowly creeping over as the song continues. I don't know if I'm like on the topic here at all, or if I'm like speaking bullshit here, but like this is what yes,
like a false piece.
Yes, exactly, like a false piece. Let me open again, just to skew this sound. I'm not gonna listen to the song again. Listen to this. Look at this. The more you look at it, the more you realize that everything is desolate or ruined. Paintings are like kind of like hanging.
So the context of the lullaby. This song was sung by Frost Nova, the character in the first song, to the green boy in the video. He couldn't sleep because of his night terrors.
Yeah, but look at this. It's very fair. It's like the place around is desolate. It's uninhabitable. They're sitting on the ground, full of bruises and like not exactly peaceful. And they're like basically barely sleeping. They have like a piece of bread, a single book. It's not. There is a sense of foreboding approaching here. I don't know any of these characters, right? I don't know any of the context of this story, but it's definitely vibes to me as a maybe not exactly foreboding, but it's a peaceful moment in otherwise not pleasant situation. Like in otherwise completely not peaceful situation. There is no peace to be had outside of this specific moment. It's not lasting. It's not gonna last. That's the vibe I'm getting. Maybe it's like a general terms here, but yeah, I think I finally kind of settled on what I feel about the song. It's a moment of peace in a sea of turmoil, like an eye of the storm situation in a way. But they're still creeping from all over the place, as musically and narratively. This creeping feeling that this will.
You should read the comment of the lullaby. They can example better than me.
Yeah, let me actually do that. Frosto was said to be fisted overnight. He couldn't sleep because not transformed his mind. He forgot Nostromo's name, and then forgot who was singing. While the song itself stayed with him, even when he couldn't remember himself. He still remembered the song that brought him comfort and safety back then. Back then, he could sleep at peace surrounded by adopted family. Okay, yeah.
Bro, what happened to my grammar?
Your grammar decided to leave to grandma. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know
Happens
any of
to me in chat as well.
Yeah, the funny fact is the fact that it's a readable the chat that
I'm
is
usually a good writer.
The fact that this chat is automatically being read out loud catches your own mistakes, and that's kind of like
I
weird.
guess just mess with your head.
Yeah, the thing is, I noticed when you hear your own language being spoken out loud, you usually catch mistakes much easier. So that's why when I write something, I usually like drop it in a TTS engine and just listen to it being said out loud to me, and it really massively helps to proofread, because you catch your own mistakes and catch and correct your own mistakes. And that's why I like to read out loud stuff I read. I like to read out loud stuff I write. It's just what I do. Anyway, that was good. That was really good. These songs are. I would honestly though feel free to ask for any other Arknight songs. I'm gonna be absolutely. I'm absolutely free to be reacting to other Arknight songs, even non-Russian. I like to talk about songs. I like to talk about music. If you enjoy me doing that, and it's not copyright, I am free. I'm absolutely going to be delighted to react to music. So what should I think this is going to be the final video for now? Maybe. How long has it been? 420. Yeah, final video. Final video. 4 hours 20 minutes. We talked a lot about this, huh? So what do you think should be the final video for today? I'm leaving the power to you, chat. I'm leaving the power to you, chat, because I kind of like talking about what you guys want me to talk about.
I have a few ideas, but I think final video is a good idea.
Yeah. Okay. So which one? I have Project L starting strong. I have Titanic 2. I have Pro Gamer Compounds. I have Death of the Game Overwatch 2. I have Baldur's Gate 3 is way too good apparently.
Any Arknight CC watcher here, chat?
Probably. There's a lot of quiet people today. There is several Nexpos video. There's Miniature Wonderland. We need to talk about this company from Charlie, good old Charlie. and one video from Geoff Hayes. So which one should we get watching out of this list? I'm actually curious. Which one do you think I should be watching? Yeah. So,
okay, can we watch Arknight's contingency contract?
Contingency contract. Fuck. Contingency contract. What is this?
I like the MMO one because I like the game talk.
Okay, so which one?
Game design.
Yeah, Josh Hayes is one of the best people for this. I will play Arknights eventually soon, so I probably shouldn't spoil myself.
Contingency contract is the event that the dev yeet us the supper hard map and let us cook.
Okay, so it's OST.
There are a few animations I could suggest, but I am not sure they would be too interesting.
Okay, let's leave contingency contract for next time, and we're gonna watch Does MMO Need a Story by Josh Hayes. I need a rambly video because I have been kind of quiet for this entire time. So let's watch this one. Yeah, let's watch this one. Does an MMO need a story? 2 weeks ago, Josh Hayes, MMO opinion. It's Josh Hayes is one of those people who also makes me ramble for hours on end, usually. But yeah, I'm actually curious what this Brit has to say about this.
Do MMORPGs need a story? And if they do, how should that story be constructed?
Okay.
When you sit down to play your favorite MMO, what kind of story experience are you hoping for? Are you playing through a barren, narrativeless land focused on making your own story with the players around you? Or are you halfway through a several thousand-hour emotional roller coaster filled with memorable NPCs and epic boss fights written by a specialist story team?
Yeah, or rambly is a good way of putting it.
I think...
Or are you somewhere in the middle?
To answer this question, I think I'm somewhere in the middle when it comes to my MMOs. I am not exactly an MMO player per se, but I do tend to find my own fun, and I do tend to approach things on my own pace. I'm not gonna rush through the main storyline, but I would like it to have a really good storyline that I'm able to read and absorb and make sure I understand. And I would like to have an opportunity to pass from the start of the narrative to the end of the narrative, which is why I do not appreciate being locked out of certain events or things that have happened. For example, in World of Warcraft, a system is implemented where you can only level up in a certain expansion, and then you move on to the current expansion, and then you play entirety of the current expansion. Do not like that. I would like to be able to pass through the entirety of history of WoW. I would like to pass it from the start to finish. That's what I would like to do. I would like to have a story along the way for entirety of it, because I don't like it when games decide that I don't want this. I want this.
Ultimately, does an MMO need a narrative thread to interest you? Are you happy playing through just a world? Do you want local NPCs with local problems?
I do.
Or a grand-scale existence-threatening crisis?
I kind of do want both, because I feel like the creation of the... I feel like a lot of the NPCs that are local and the side quests that are local, they build a certain world around you that feels alive and feels lived in. If you just running around and helping some random dude with his pumpkin problem, that kind of indicates that there is a certain thing here and there's a problem and there's it's a part of the world building, and it feels natural. It feels like a natural thing you gotta do. I'm not here for a power play, so I'm always gonna stop by and help a friend, help a dude, or help a girl. Oh, help me, bandits rob me. It's
Do you want to be a prophesized hero or just explore a land
This
that
is
you're
going to
irrelevant
sound
in?
weird, but I really like the early 6th Age RuneScape events.
I don't know what you're speaking about, by the way, here. I have not played RuneScape, but I sort of imagine from the theme of the conversation that it's those are just basically normal daily bullshit you engage with, right?
Until you make yourself relevant. And if an MMO does try and include a story, which structure would work best? Well, after playing a few MMOs, I've identified what I think are 5 major narrative structures found in several major MMOs. So let's break them down and discuss the pros and cons of each.
Yeah, okay, sure.
I'll also put on screen a visual representation of the narrative construction in relation to the rest of the game as a whole to make it easier to understand. And then after, you can let me know which story structure you like playing through the most in the comments below. So welcome, I'm Josh Strive Hayes, and this
Hello, Josh.
Is MMO Opinion. Short dives into the mechanics and
somewhat short, but sure.
Constructions of MMOs. Drop a like on the video or sub to the channel for more
Yeah,
MMO
go ahead
stuff,
and do that.
ring the bell for all the future notifications. And as usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon, Twitch, and YouTube who keep the channel alive.
I love how he still keeps the Patreon supporters on one page. They're slowly becoming smaller and smaller and smaller, but he still does it.
More information on how you can support to the end. For now, let's begin. MMORPG is such a broad term that few agree on exactly what the genre even.
At one point in RuneScape, they decided to kill the main god and bring back the lesser gods. Obviously, this changed the world a lot, so they couldn't really limit this to a quest line.
Obviously. That's fair.
We've looked at this before in the video, What Even Is This Genre? But one of the few connecting design threads is most of them have you going on.
They had a series of one-time, big global events, where the players were foot soldiers.
Oh, that's actually kind of neat. That's a good way to include the players and have them be relevant to the story event, and have it be rewarding for you to participate in this kind of scenario.
They left it up to the players what gods were on top in the new pantheon.
That's good. That's awesome. People who were participating, they got rewarded for participation. They got rewarded for being there for this world-shaping event. That's good. I like this. Like, this is just an additional thing, right? But it doesn't really count as the main story. There's its own story ultimately, but this is a big event that shaped the world, and I like that.
On some kind of pre-written adventure, the central story. In this video, I won't be looking at the contents of the stories themselves, but more the construction of how the player experiences the story. Of course. I think there are 5 dominant design choices which exist on a scale from the world is the focus to the story is the focus. So let's break them down from least story focused to most. Beginning with number 1, no story at all. These are games where the world exists, the players exist, and the players exist within the world, and that's pretty much it.
I think recently, considering the general mood and general shift in attitude when it comes to MMOs, MMOs once were the find your own adventure type games. People were grown on find your own adventure type stories, D&Ds and everything. So when they imagined themselves being in a world that is massively multiplayer, and they imagined themselves finding their own adventure. Hand-holding was something I feel like that is like not popular at all. It wasn't really good to create a game that had handholds you into a specific path. So that's why Final Fantasy XI, for example, that was a completely different experience than Final Fantasy XIV. World of Warcraft was a completely different experience than it is now. Any other MMOs included a lot of finding your own paths, building your own communities. People engaged in the world out there purely because they wanted to engage with the world. So developers usually didn't bog down.
The single-player RPG with other players on screen problem.
It's not exactly a problem as much as it's just a completely different mentality of things. When MMOs were just introduced, it was such a new thing, such a unique thing, that people really just wanted to interact with each other more than anything. They wanted to just like approach a player and be like, "Oh, you're a player. You're a player. Oh, you're a player. Oh, cool." It was like this kind of mentality going on there. And that is why people often created guilds, often did raids, often found recorded videos, like small videos.
Star Wars: The Old Republic just embraced it and made later expansions single player.
Yeah, exactly. But ultimately, I feel like the recent MMO developers, they are working for a different crowd, a crowd that is used to multiplayer games. They are used to multiplayer games. Multiplayer games that these days is not a rarity, it's a dominant. Multiplayer games in 2000s was a rarity. It was much rarer than it is now. PlayStation just only started implementing multiplayer stuff. Things just started getting things were just starting to build up.
Days when MMOs were just online hangout places.
Yeah. Now you need to create an overarching storyline, a plot, something to keep your attention, because otherwise there are more focused, much more interesting story-focused RPG games out there for single player, and there are much more interesting online games that keep more attention and are more rewarding in shooters, in MOBAs, and anything else. There are more interesting online games out there than MMOs, right? So people need to create a certain balance. It doesn't hook you anymore. It doesn't provide you.
That is a fair point.
Just hooking you, just hanging out with the players. You can hang out with other people in a social media, in VR chat, in anywhere else, and it's much more suited for hanging out than it is not. In MMOs are much less suited for hanging out these days. Separated servers, different regions, all that bullshit. There are also party finders, raid finders, there are guild finders, there's everything. You can just click on a few buttons and now you found a whole group. Sure, you have to wait like a few minutes usually, but it's fair. You can just AFK and do something else while you do this.
That's a good way of putting it. Modern MMOs need to compete with VR chat.
Exactly. Modern MMOs need to compete with VR chat. Modern MMO needs to compete with other social platform.
Hand pink waving.
Hey, Bucket. But yeah, it's just like
there's no game made now.
I feel like this type of plot will not work at all. Just when there's a world and where there's nothing else, it will not work for anyone outside of a certain minority. Outside of a certain minority that enjoys PvP-focused experiences, enjoys the hardcore quote-unquote experience, because they enjoy griefing others most likely. And it's just like these MMOs were largely failed because to become a massive, it means they have to be not niche, because niche is not massive. So a lot of MMOs are shifting or created with the theme park mindset, because that keeps players together. They can bond over the great storyline, like happened in Final Fantasy XIV. People bonded over the great storyline. I have interacted with several people on my way through the storyline who are like, we joked around, we like interacted with the raid chat, we like basically had a banter going. I have never had that anywhere in any MMO before, because there's no incentive to interact with the with other MMO people in usual groups. But in this case, they actually talked to me. And they talk to each other because they're all bonded through a singular adventure that happens from start to end. And people who play the game, they go in there and want to play the game. The game is designed for you to play whenever you want to play. And that's why people retain their passion for it, I feel like. Plus all the RP experiences you have in there. All the guilds, all the events that you have in RP. Definitely.
Narrative, no quests, no reason to do anything within the world beyond the personal desire to actually do it. Players here are extremely intrinsically motivated. They want to live in this world, and so they will. If we had to visualize these game worlds and story relations,
I hear really good stuff about FF14. I'm surprised other games don't imitate it.
It's hard to imitate it because Final Fantasy XIV had over 11 years of build-up to where it is right now. Just to explain it, Over 11 years, yeah. Final Fantasy XIV first came out in 2011, I think. And then it bombed hard because it was bad, really bad. And then it basically stuck with its fan. Actually, Frederick, you know what? Specifically for you. Yeah, specifically for you.
I love MMOs, but nowadays I usually play solo, so I don't get that play with others experience.
I do only like well, it depends. Let me specifically for you, making.
Thinking face.
We're gonna watch this. Next time we're gonna do this. We're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch this next time. I feel like this is such a lesson in game development.
I remember the game was very different when it first came out.
It's such a lesson in the game development. We will talk about this later when we will watch this one, because this is a whole saga.
Like this, a big world with no story inherently within, but the potential for it to be added anywhere. This design is commonly found in sandbox games like Immortal Online or EVE Online. The focus is always on the ways that players can interact with the world and other players, usually building things, destroying.
There's usually a player-driven economy, there's usually trading, there's usually farming, there's usually they implement all the systems that are made specifically for player interaction. I think sandbox MMOs, purely sandbox MMOs, are still the only games where you are incentivized to interact with each other more often than not. So it's usually so these games are usually very niche, super niche.
Destroying things and struggling to survive. But the lack of a game-created narrative doesn't mean there's no narrative at all. It just means that any narrative that does exist is purely player-made. These are games where the players will tell you to make your own fun, and that usually means talking to other players, forming alliances, and then killing others. The story of these games is created entirely through the interaction of the community. The pros of this system are complete and genuine open-ended possibility. No one knows what will happen tomorrow because the story is unwritten. Betrayals, team-ups, last-minute daring rescues, they're all genuine. And this gives games a real edge of depth. When a player does something important in these games, the player themselves becomes an important part of the community and the history of the game. Forums will talk about them. Guilds will either love or hate them. An MMO with no inherent story has more potential to throw an unexpected twist at players because you can never predict what another player might do.
Yeah, it's a symbiosis between gaming systems and the sheer unbridled wackiness of human mind.
And it's fun to know that as you are there, it is happening for real. If you're a main player in one of these games, meaning you either lead a guild or are in a big powerful clan, or you were there when the game began so the community know you, you truly feel the world is yours to shape. Now with enough players, these are the game worlds which give truly unique experiences, often making the news for the crazy things players do within them. But the downside is, these games can be more fun to read about than play, because most people are really bad at pacing stories.
Yes, that is the thing. Most people are not professional narrative writers. Most people just want to have an enjoyable time interacting with the story. And when they are thrown into a world, like myself, I'm one of those people. When I'm thrown into a world that doesn't really require me to go somewhere and do something, right? Just do whatever, right? I get lost because I'm very easily distractible. I'm very easily sidetracked, as is. And it's very hard for me to enjoy things on my own. And I just end up being completely...
Well, gentlemen, it's 5 a.m. and I'm dizzy now. Goodbye, everyone.
Good night, Bami. Thank you for joining me. Sorry that it had been so late as usual.
Bon.
Good night. But yeah, it's like I myself am not exactly a target audience for Sandbox because I like reading his fun stories about Sandbox MMOs and fun epic adventures, but those don't happen to me.
See upon me.
I am a very awkward individual. I'm a very awkward individual.
This is the classic. What do you do after you beat the Ender Dragon problem?
Yeah, exactly. That's why when I want to play Minecraft, I want someone to play with. I want to have some planning sessions. I want to build. I want to have like some direct structure, because without the structure, I lose focus. Without focus, I lose interest. That is basically how my brain functions. That's why I feel more comfortable with games like Final Fantasy XIV, which has a starting point and end point where you want to go, instead of and doing stuff outside of that as I see fit, right? And I enjoy the game story, and I still stop and I do other things, and I'm back to enjoying the game story. Instead of if you drop me into the world that has nothing in terms of story, I would enjoy that less because I would not know what to do. In a weird way.
And player-created experiences are often ephemeral, meaning if you're not there to experience the moment they happen, you miss it forever. Spending your time building a castle and then defending it from siege sounds great, but if you build it, log off, and then log back into the castle already destroyed, that's not as great, for you anyway. The danger of live storytelling is missing it means you've missed it forever. And if the player-created narrative is being pushed forward by a few powerful guild leaders, the main players if you will, unless you are one of them, you aren't actually a main part of the story. You're effectively a background character for everyone else.
Yeah.
These games also suffer the most if the player count falls, because without players, your world has nothing going on within it, so they'll often fall into death spirals. Players leave, so the story slows down, so players leave. Repeats until the story stops. And then when someone new joins, because there's no player-made story happening and it's hard to make your own fun without other people to have fun with, they leave. The second design is optional paced stories to engage with, but not the focus of the world. Let's take the open world nature of the sandbox, but then sprinkle in optional stories throughout. Not the focus of the gaming experience, but they are there. Some players will log in and just explore the world, doing combat, gathering, crafting, never worrying about any level of narrative. And the world is fleshed out enough that that is a totally viable playstyle. But for those wanting to grasp at the thread of story, preset adventures do exist. A visualization would look like this. The world is still open, and it's a game itself. It's still a complete experience, but you've got optional pockets of story to follow within it.
So it's like something to really enjoy yourself, like something to focus on for a while. Yeah, I guess I would enjoy that more. I do like exploring the world and like bumping into the story. I really enjoyed Elden Ring's narrative style as well, which is basically that. You go around killing things, and there's like an overarching plot that happens, but also like big, smaller quests that basically travel the world alongside the quest givers.
Close to old school RuneScape or RuneScape 3. The appeal of these games is the world exists outside the story but is still relevant to them. Neither needs the other, but they both enhance each other by both existing.
Yeah, that's
because the stories can exist independently of other stories, you can pace out the experience and keep it relevant to almost any player, no matter where they are in the world. You can have low, mid, and high-level quests effectively everywhere, because it's open to explore the world. It's not a linear path from beginning to end, both narratively and mechanically. A new player can enjoy low-level stories and quests for the story and the experience they'll gain, and a high-level player may not need the experience, but they can still enjoy the adventure. This design lets players who value freedom and choice ignore the stories that they don't like and just go and explore, while also providing the focused goal and guidance that story-focused players want. One of the biggest advantages here is the world is still enjoyable without engaging with the narrative.
The world is still enjoyable without engaging with the narrative, and despite the fact that there's exists a narrative, you still can express yourself with the player narrative, be it role-playing, be it guild wars, be it whatever else. It definitely is a strong
You'll have a nice mix of sandbox players and narrative players existing in the same world at the same time, essentially following different but parallel paths. The downside of this design is not all of the world will be open to those who ignore the story entirely, as certain areas, enemies, and items can be locked behind story progression or quest lines. And when a new quest comes out, it itself can be the finale of a several quest-long chain. This means story-focused quest players will always have a slight advantage over the more world gameplay-focused players, as they'll have more of the world open to them. Let's move on to the third design, where stories are the focus, but each story runs independently of and concurrently with others, and each has a defined ending. This is a lesser used style, but it essentially means the game world as a whole now exists to contain multiple narrative threads within it, and each thread has a start and a finish. They don't
Actually, that is like, I feel like that's an interesting way to approach games. It's a different way to approach these kind of games, but it's a greater narrative. I feel like it's more of a D&D kind of focus, where every like thing exists here in order to not facilitate one plot, like just one plot and nothing else, right? It just facilitates several.
Yeah, he's right about that. In old RuneScape, you couldn't even craft runes without doing a quest.
Oh, really? Interesting.
All together, and they can be experienced in any real order.
Interesting.
For story focus, this would be your Dungeons and Dragons Online. For horizontal leveling, you could make
runes are essential for magic.
I see.
For Guild Wars 2.
Guild Wars 2 and Dungeons and Dragons Online, those definitely are examples of storyline. There's many storylines that have start and end, and your character is the only consistent thing that happens through it. And it feels like you are a participant in a big campaign of tabletop, which is a good feeling. I like that feeling myself.
Visualization would look like this. It is still a complete world.
Yeah.
But now each part of the world exists purely as a container for a specific narrative thread, a local story in each place. The main difference between this style and the previous is, in the previous style, a player may venture into the open world without a story connection, simply because the world alone is enough to provide good gameplay. In this version, however, the game is focused on linking any exploration of the world with a narrative hook. You now need a reason to go into the world beyond just I want to. At this level, you're still mostly dealing with local problems and the world is still open, but every part of the world exists to house a story moment. You can still pick and choose which story you want to follow based on what sounds interesting. This is often an extremely solo-friendly experience, which is enhanced with other people, but doesn't need them.
I feel like that's what MMOs should be. Perfectly fine alone and enhanced with others. You should be able to share an adventure with someone, but it does not need to be like absolutely pivotal for you to have an adventure. Is to have someone for an adventure, basically.
Each area being self-contained means you can create.
So you want the thing about this, you cannot force your players to be a party. You cannot force your players to be a party. If anything, that will detract them from actually wanting to play. You need to make sure that there is some way, a form for you to share that adventure. For example, Final Fantasy XIV, if you really want to, you could, and you probably should, share the entire MSQ experience together with someone, because they will have unique elements to them, aka their job classes, their job quests. For example, if you have 3 people, right? You have 3 people. You have a GPS, you have a tank, and you have a healer. All 3 of them will have an experience alongside you with the storyline, but also all 3 of them will have a completely unique and different experience based on A, city they chosen, B, class they chosen, because they have class quests and job quests that happen later, which are completely unique based around which class or job you are, and C, it creates a feeling of being together with someone, but also them being their own unique character, even though you're going through the same exact plot, effectively.
It's a more focused.
And you're all a warrior of light. I feel like if you play in a party of 3, like a classic D&D adventure, and all choose different classes, roles, and party up, it will be a really interesting experience.
Intense experience for each story moment and not worry about overwhelming the player by linking it to a greater narrative. The focus is always on the current adventure being able to stand alone, and the only real link to another adventure is the player themselves. One of the strongest advantages of this system is how the stories can stand independently and finish, giving them each satisfying conclusions, even though they may be short. This makes the world feel like a collection of short stories instead of one big...
It's like a, it's more like, I feel like it's more like a West Marches style D&D campaign, where it's like every part of the world is explorable, but every part of the world has its own little conclusive storyline that you can follow and be like, oh, this is cool. I want to go solve this ghost mansion. And there's like another thing. There might be sprinkles of overarching storyline in this entirety, but most likely most of them is just contained, like a TV show.
Epic storyline. The downside of this type of design is by connecting locations to stories, you're pushing away the player who value a sense of the world itself feeling free. And on the opposite side, you're not able to build the epic connected narratives of specific story-focused games. You're effectively losing the extreme open-ended nature of the sandbox and losing the extreme epic nature of a super long narrative to give lots of shorter, finished experiences. It's a very middle-of-the-road approach, which personally I really like, but
West
this is
Marches are a cool area. Although, I do really like a player-run economy.
It's a cool concept, yeah. Though, unfortunately, players are often stupid. So unless the player-run economy is somehow controlled to be balanced, it probably won't work.
You're not getting the hardcore fans of either side. The fourth
Don't worry, I got you what you meant.
Design is standalone stories focused on moving from story to story in a much more linear way. The visualization here would look like this. And a great example would be older Neverwinter. This design has the world exist as the container for a narrative, and the narrative is split up into more focused stories with a specific beginning and end, but the end of one will naturally flow into the start of another, either by level
I'd like to play one someday.
The West Marches, you mean?
That you'll finish a story
or player-driven economy.
Location you'll end up on the map, or, and this is
if West Marches, we'll see.
Is the most egregious example, a new expansion releases and makes the previous zones less relevant. To use Neverwinter as an example, when an expansion releases, it brings with it a new map location, new
map
weapons,
location,
armor,
sure.
loot, enemies and dungeons, possibly even a level cap increase, and every player is encouraged to go there because the lowest and most basic items of that expansion are usually as good, if not better, than the top items in the previous. But narratively, it may not
West
follow
Marches. I've participated in a few player-run economies.
So
cool.
Mechanically, you're going to want to go there, but
yeah, I played West Marches before. I did play tabletop games for a long time. I did play for West Marches game before. It was an interesting experience, honestly. It was like a big guild of tabletop role players, basically D&D 5e players that went in and out. It's basically like a simulation of the adventure guild, where you kind of party up with random people, and it eventually kind of led into getting new friendships, and sometimes you get like animosity built up, like rivalries and shit. It's a good system if it works, and if you have consistent players that want to party up and want to do this, and consistent DMs that wants to run stories within this world. If the world is good and alive, people are engaged, it can create some very special stories, I think.
Is its own story. The pros of this system are every new expansion
Player-run economies are okay, as long as you have an outlet for excess items.
Oh yeah, sure.
Serves as an onboarding point for new players. You don't need to play through years of content or context to get to the good stuff, because each story is good stuff itself. And because each story has a new area and is self-contained, you're never left behind from the
West Marches sounds really tricky, but also really fun.
Yeah, it's both really tricky and really fun. If you manage to pull off West Marches well, it's good. If you do not manage to pull it exactly in the way that would be good, it's gonna fall flat on its face. It's like that very thin line between good and bad.
Elite players. It's essentially a soft reset every new section.
Also, I don't really understand the whole Left Behind thing. Personally, I would be gladly left behind. I haven't even went past the post ARR content on Final Fantasy XIV because I just want to take my own pace and enjoy it, and also technical issues, but mostly because I wanted to kick back and enjoy the narrative in my own pace. I don't really give a shit to be current content right now, and like I want to be just enjoying the story as it comes. And even if I catch up to the story into like 2 expansions, I don't give a shit. It's fine.
Every new story, making it very appealing to more casual players. And having a focused story moment also centralizes the player base and makes the game feel active. Everyone is experiencing that story moment together, which makes finding groups for new content really easy because everyone's doing the new content. This keeps the newest part of the game very much alive. The cons of this system are the same.
Yeah, the Left Behind thing is weird. I haven't grounded through all the and most of game's play.
Soft reset which new players...
I don't like rushing through games just because it means that, oh, really, you will get to the current part, and the current part is the coolest one. It's where all the people are. Cool, sure, but I kind of want to enjoy my story like that. I kind of want to take it in the entire adventure. You already had that adventure. Let me have it, please. You know?
Value can be very demotivating for hardcore elite players. Knowing that your mechanical progression through the previous story section will be irrelevant when the new section begins can make players question, why am I chasing power when I'm just going to be given more power?
Hardcore lit players tend to be minority and are weirdos. I don't get them.
If I wait. This is the kind of narrative and mechanical construction that values having new player onboarding points far more than having long-term meaningful progression. Games like this often see huge amounts of player churn, but they're always at least active on the latest bit. Stories in this design system are also effectively time-gated to experience at their peak, as they mostly exist to give mechanical gameplay. And returning to play older stories within these games will give you almost no mechanical advantage and not open up more of the world. So very few players will do that.
I don't understand the whole mechanical advantage. Again, I experience stories because I want to experience the stories. Like, what else is that? Why else would you want to play an MMO with lots of storyline? Like, this is the same thing to me as skipping story. Like, okay, cool. I'd rather not do that. Thank you.
Which makes finding groups for older content much harder. In a way, you have a very limited time to experience any story moment as it's meant to be experienced before it falls into irrelevance and the player base just move on. And the fifth and final...
Will you guys play Aethergazer today?
Tomorrow. Today's Tuesday, Rival. It's on my schedule. It's on my schedule, Rival. It's on the community tab in the schedule. It's Wednesday, not Tuesday. Unless I'm dumb. No, it's Tuesday. Tuesday is Wednesday is Aethergazer. Every Wednesday is Aethergazer. Almost every Wednesday is Aethergazer.
Overall design style is
we'll continue tomorrow.
Story which
well,
pushing
that's
toward.
Not entirely fair. Some players see optimization as an area of challenge. I don't get why people skip story. It's one of the core stuff about Dirks.
True, I guess I can. I mean, I can see why optimization and like gameplay mechanics tend to be the focus of a lot of people who are very competitive. I am a very story-focused player. I don't really understand skipping story. I don't really understand seeking advantage in experiencing the story. Do you want to experience the story or not? Like, that's the question I have when I play a game. If I don't want to experience the story, I don't play the game. Like, I find it. I'm like very.
Also, people just like to see number go up.
I suppose so. I'm not one of those people, by the way. I don't really care. Like, this is actually a very unique thing about me. I don't give a shit about big numbers. Like, the only big numbers I really care about recently is my subscriber count. That's the only way I really I really found myself appreciative of the bigger player count, of the bigger number. Is like when subscriber count counts up. I appreciate that very much, but not otherwise.
Any updates or expansions will add on.
I just don't understand when people don't enjoy story and don't focus on story and don't like go through the story, because story often contextualizes everything that happens in the mechanics. To me, at least.
To or continue this story, but are not themselves onboarding points for new players. The world may have gameplay elements within it, but the focus is always on the main narrative, and you need to start at the start. This would be your Final Fantasy XIV up to Endwalker, and the core plot of most of the Elder Scrolls Online. A visualization might look something like this. Similar to the previous in its linear nature, the difference being...
My favorite. This is my favorite. I like the big epic narrative, the big campaign, the big long form plot line that develops with characters that are popping in and out, with enemies that pop in and out, with recurring factions, with recurring problems, with the things that require long-term solutions. I like this.
Where the previous one had stories self-contained and then moved on from, this one has one story constantly added to. This level of story focus places the inbuilt narrative front and center. The majority of the design decisions are now about getting the player to experience the story. Now, it's important to remember that there may be side distractions or small...
Obviously. There are a lot of distractions in Final Fantasy XIV. Guilds, crafting, side quests, they don't really connect to the main story a lot. Even even your class quests don't exactly connect to the main plot in any capacity. They do feature the same characters from the world, from the main plot, but they don't feature the main plot.
Parts of the world within these games that a player can still enjoy without engaging with the narrative, like the Golden Saucer in Final Fantasy XIV, or just running around discovering crafting benches in the Elder Scrolls Online. But when a new player does want to get into the narrative, and the game will always push you to do that, they must begin at page 1 and journey all the way through. The advantage of this system is it allows the greatest scope for an absolutely epic tale to be told, with lots of locations, lots of NPCs, multi-year long narrative arcs, emotional peaks and troughs. Players can form long-term connections with NPCs and feel genuinely affected if they succeed or fail at their missions. For the players willing to invest in a long-term story, this design has the most potential payoff because it can provide the most setup and potentially the most satisfying endings. Players can also feel safe investing time in...
I have to get going, but I like this discussion.
It's all good, Frederick. I'm gonna be stopping in a moment anyway. It's like, what? There's like 5 minutes left.
I think I will catch up with
there's like
later.
5 minutes left of the video left anyway, so I'm not gonna be like overstayed my welcome here.
Into the story because they know it won't suddenly become narratively or mechanically irrelevant when the next expansion pops up. So you end up with a very invested, very large player base all experiencing one story together.
Yeah, that's the thing. That creates the biggest connection between people, the storyline. That's why a lot of new people playing Final Fantasy XIV often attract a lot of attention from the fan base, because they all want to see this new person experience the story. I don't think people noticed me much when I played it, but then again, I wasn't really that big when I played the game, and I wasn't really consistent in playing it anyway. So that's fair. But I did notice a lot of new people pop up and be like, oh, this is new, this is cool, you played MSQ, nice. Yeah, cool. Yeah.
The downside, however, is new players can see this as extremely intimidating to get into. The well-known attitude of you have to play hundreds of hours of Final Fantasy XIV before it gets good puts a lot of players off, with many opting to buy level boosts and story skips, missing the years of context which make the later story so good. Another ironic downside of this is, despite the fact this design does have the potential to give the most satisfying ending, it also has the most risk if it does end. Writing a satisfying story from humble beginnings to epic conclusion is effort and time for both the writing crew and the players who need to get invested into it. It is a huge time sink to actually care about a landmass or a narrative or a collection of NPCs over a long period of time. And when that story finally concludes and ends, although it's satisfying, it is effort to get them invested into another story. You could just choose to never actually end that story and just add in more and more bad guys and more stakes, but if you do that, you run the risk of never ending the story and running into constant power creep, which becomes draining. This is what happened to World of Warcraft, because resetting the game to effectively zero and starting from humble beginnings again doesn't feel good for the long-term players.
True.
This is why Cataclysm was such a risk. Changing around the long-term story that people knew and expecting them to get invested into the start of something new was difficult. So while yes, long-term stories do have the greatest potential payoff, they also ironically have the greatest danger if you ever do reach that payoff. Games with lots of small stories can finish the story because the story itself is enjoyable and...
I feel like Final Fantasy XIV managed to achieve that with their storyline, from what I've seen so far anyway. The Endwalker is the big finale, the big finale, like it's just like really pushing it in the finale. And then the next one, which seems to be just an exploration focused chapter, is just like a relaxing. It's like beach, it's like dragons, it's like all the new world kind of thing. It's like you travel in, it's all cheerful, it's all completely different tone. I've seen the trailer, it's completely different tone to Endwalker from what I've seen. So it's like a reprieve, almost like a reprieve from the big bittersweet finale. Is the start of the new age, so to speak. I feel like they will have the time to build up a new baddies, the time to build up new adventures, new things to explore in the horizon, new grand adventure that awaits. And all grand adventures start from humble beginnings.
Not too draining to get into, enjoy, and then move on from. If a story is multiple years long, ending it means you are going to lose players who are invested in it. This design means a player always has a...
That's fair. I think Yoshi P knows exactly that, and he says you play when you want to play.
Narrative to follow for both their level and in-game location, and will essentially always have the same adventure as everyone else in the same order. There's very few to no unique player-made adventures to be had in these narrative-focused games.
Disagree. You have a lot of the guild stuff possible. You have a lot of RP stuff possible. The fact that you don't really affect the world, that's fair. But then again, you don't really affect the world in any other MMO, except maybe in Sandbox. Even then, the world needs to reset to a certain level. You can't destroy the world. Like, that's not a possibility. So, whatever.
So, 5 overarching narrative construction blueprints. No story at all, just an open world to play in and create a narrative if you want with other players. A world to play in with small narrative moments contained within it that are not the focus. A world centered around stories, with each running independently and simultaneously. A world focused on stories running in a linear one after the other design, with each being an onboarding point for that story and leaving the previous behind. And a massive overarching story told over many years and many updates. Now, some MMOs will contain multiple examples of the above 5 styles. RuneScape is an open world game, but it does also have long-running epic storylines. Final Fantasy XIV does have an epic storyline, but also the self-contained class and job quest line.
Yeah.
Many MMOs will try and mix in different narratives.
It's best to mix it in. It's cool.
Structures for different parts of their game, but most will have a rather obvious overall approach relating to one of the above 5. Personally, I'm not a big fan of the first or 5th style. Having no story to me feels a bit too open, and having a single focused story feels a bit too restricting. I like MMO games which sit within the middle 2, 3, and 4. Choices. Worlds which can stand on their own merits that I can explore without being narratively engaged, and narratives that I can engage with to enhance the world that I'm in. I think this is why games like old school RuneScape, Guild Wars 2, and The Elder Scrolls Online appeal to so many middle-of-the-road MMO players. There's enough variety within them when it comes to narrative structure that most players can find a playstyle they like and just do that. You're not appealing to the hardcore of either side. But what do you think? And which narrative structure do you enjoy playing through the most? Are you
personally,
a story open world sandbox person, or a purely narrative story follower?
Personally, I would say my most enjoyable time would be potentially in the story focused capacity, because I don't know, I'm a person who likes to follow storylines. I'm a person who likes to follow to have a reason to exist in this world. I don't want to be like, for example, I don't want to be maybe Warrior of Light, like super unique person, but I want to be someone who follows the storyline, defeats the bad guy, and then stops for a while, enjoys the time, fishes, does whatever else, like enjoys the world. But I do want to have a storyline to facilitate me to stand off my ass and then go do something else, continue the adventure, continue the enjoyment. One of my current dreams right now is to have that RP experience of a party of Warriors of Light someday with like 2 other people, and then maybe even like a RP focus a little bit on that, and just like have this as a series maybe of gameplay. We'll see if I ever find if I ever find people to do that with me, because that seems like a year plus narrative focus project, which is don't think a lot of people would commit.
In the comments below. Cheers for watching. Another massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon, Twitch and YouTube who keep the channel alive. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter and our Discord. And as always, have a great day.
Thank you, Josh. Have a great day too. I feel like this is a good capping point on the whole stream. I'm going to be separating these videos again into different, separating these reactions into separate videos as usual. Because there's a lot of things to separate this time around. Next week we're going to be reacting to the Final Fantasy no clip documentary, because I feel like Frederick needs to know about the sheer massive storyline behind the creation of this world. And then we're gonna watch a few other videos, probably Jontron, probably Thumbs, probably Necrit stuff. We'll see. For now, though, I think it's.
I think RP related stuff is really fun to do.
Yeah, same. I want to have a party for Final Fantasy 14 when I return to it. I want to invite two other VTubers maybe, and create like a D&D adventure style RP focused story playthrough from start to finish. Maybe start with post Realm Reborn content, or maybe like restart completely and just have a complete story focused experience with two other people. Maybe I could potentially drag whoever are gonna become my kohais in the Zenith scenario, because there is a possibility of having kohais in.
Sorry for arriving late.
No worries. There are possibilities of having kohai within the year of our Lord 2023, if all goes well. Don't worry about it, though. Don't worry, it's fine. I'm glad you dropped by. I'm glad to see you, Zapelli.
Be a chaotic gremlin, lol.
Oh, absolutely. I fully welcome the chaotic Lalafell. I fully welcome it. Lalafells are basically fitting for the most chaotic, neutral kind of type of character anyway. The Lalafell Black Mage, I sort of imagine it, and they're just like, yeah, that fits. That fits. Anyhow, I think I'm going to be stopping for now. Thank you for joining in. As usual, more than 5 hours out of this reaction, because duh. We reacted to much more videos this time around, though. Much more. And I'm really, really fucking close to 400 subscribers. Please like this video and subscribe. For people who didn't like and subscribe before, but I'm really fucking close. Look at this. I'm really close. There will be lots of stuff happening.
LOL.
My cover is coming. It's being produced right now. The MV is being produced right now. That's for sure.
Time for the stream.
I will be releasing several other produced shorts soon, specifically recorded by me to be made into shorts. It's not video. It's not clips from streams. It's just shorts that are Rimpin Rose style, bin bows, if you will. Because this one worked, as you can see, it worked more than I expected it to be working. Maybe not today. Maybe not today. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow and the day after that. But yeah, I hope
you reach 400 today.
It's 6 a.m. now, so I'll take the deep slumber after this stream. It's been fun hanging out with everyone. Yeah, it's been really fun. It's been really fun. I enjoy hanging out with you guys. I enjoy talking about videos. I actually enjoyed analyzing music, and I really enjoyed sharing my opinion about everything with you guys. I hope you...
Please don't overdo it.
Yeah, exactly. Don't overdo it. But I hope you guys enjoyed my opinions about things, because I like talking, and I'm always afraid if I'm talking bullshit. Just a bunch of bullshit. You don't even know what you're talking about. Like, you know, that kind of feeling. Always have that kind of feeling in the back of my head. But I'm still talking, obviously. Still talking. Because bitch tried to stop me. That's my profession. Anyhow... God damn. Oh, man. Just...
DW, I rarely get a chance to pull an all-nighter. Might as well make every moment count, lol.
Just be cool, Zen. Just be cool, Zeppeli. Not Zen, Zeppeli. Oh, thank you. If anyone wants to, like, catch up, feel free to catch the VOD.
Thank you.
Because there's a lot of ramblings about music here and Russian language that you might have missed, might have missed, because I talked about 3 Russian Arknight songs extensively, I might add. I'm actually curious how people will think about it, because I did like mildly criticize and make fun of it in some cases, but it was like it was all in good fun anyway. So yeah, okay, I'm gonna be going now. Tomorrow is going to be Aether Gazer, and tomorrow is going to be more PGR with my good old Buddy Pal Soul camera, and Olympia will be joining on the Aether Gazer, obviously. And then after Thursday is gonna be Escape from Backrooms with Neos, and it's gonna be because Neos is back on my channel for once, and then we're gonna be doing Zdorika with Ashroll. Plus Friday is gonna be more finally returning to Limbus, and Saturday is going to be Path of Nowhere, Fate Grand Order, and Path to Nowhere. That's the overarching plans. Hopefully, Cover will release next week. Maybe we'll see. But otherwise, I'm gonna be stopping now. See you later, guys. See you later.